Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is Octavius Crouch, Senior Client Manager and A&R of Hip Hop and R&B for Symphonic Distribution. You are now tuned into the Breaking Through, which we're going to show you how to use data and videos to launch your hip hop career. If you don't know much about me, I've been in the music business for quite some time. Started out as an A&R at Universal Records, working on various projects, from Chameleonaire all the way to Cash Money Records and various things in between. So from here, I don't want to focus too much on me. I also like you to know about the company. We've been in business since the early 2000s, and we pretty much pride ourselves in providing a platform for various clients to get your music distributed to all the DSPs and video DSPs. But to join me today, I have a great panel of guests who have a very extensive background, and I'll be honored to introduce everybody. And I'm gonna start with a person who's you've probably seen online, various videos, gets busy in her industry. Her name is Maya Table. And Maya, would you be able to let the people know what you do best and who you are?
Yay! Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here. My name is Maya Table. I'm a director and a producer. Some of the projects I produced are, I was a post-production producer on Travis Scott's Sicko Mode, produced Janelle Monáe's Make Me Feel, most of Migos' videos, bunch of Usher videos, producing Apple's Rap Life, and I also direct. Recently, I directed some commercials for Head and Shoulders and Google's. And just been doing a lot of animation snippets during COVID. And I also just recently directed the Change video that Jermaine Dupri and Neo did via Zoom. So still just kind of like budding into my directing career.
Nice. And thank you for joining us today. And moving on to this guy as co-founder of the company I'm sure a lot of people have used for their platform, and that's Dave Ponte. And like to let you step in and introduce yourself. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Octavius. My name is David Ponte. I'm the co-founder and chief marketing officer for AudioMac. AudioMac is a discovery and streaming platform and app that allows artists to or labels to put their music on the platform for free, in addition to allowing fans to discover those artists for free as well, through a multitude of different features that allows and fosters discovery for new artists and new sounds. So this is my second symphonic panel. Last year was a lot of fun, and I'm hoping this year will be as much fun.
Thank you once again for joining us. Now this next person, she definitely gets busy when it comes to branding and strategizing and making things pop, and that is Leticia Johnson. Thank you for joining us. I'll let you speak to the people as well.
Thank you so much, Octavius. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Leticia Johnson. I am the founder and chief brand strategist at Visionary Rising Agency. We founded in 2016, and we are a full-scale agency and production studio, really focused on crafting authentic campaigns driven by creators and culture for brands who want to reach diverse audiences. Prior to that, and kind of in tandem, I also work in technology for a lot of great companies, on the data side for Nielsen Media for a number of years, Microsoft, and more recently, Apple. Excited to be here.
Again, we thank you for joining us. Now, next up, another agency that you're definitely familiar with, and if you're not, you're about to find out. I'd like to welcome Jesse onto the stage. Jesse, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. Like David said, this is my second symphonic panel, me as well. Last year, RapCon was a ball. Now it's a totally different world. It's Zoom life, baby. It's a pandemic. And I am having some technical difficulties as I'm a little bit nomadic these days. I'm out in California, and the cell service is a little spotty. But I want to give some background on myself. I run an agency called New. we live at the intersection of music, technology, and brands. And essentially what we do is help brands make deeper, meaningful connections to their consumers by leveraging the power of music. And we have big clients like Fortune 100 companies that we put campaigns together for, like Mondelez's portfolio of brands like Sour Patch Kids, or emerging companies like the new hot CBD company that we're helping bring to market. My background is, before I was finding and developing brands and really helping come up with these robust brand strategies, I was working with artists, and I was the talent agent for a lot of artists that you might know. I was the first agent of record, and my agency represented artists like Clips and Pusha T and Wale and Big Sean and Mike Posner and Action Bronson and Capital Cities and Logic and J. Cole and a whole other slew of artists. And so I've got a background in the talent agency and breaking artists in kind of innovative ways. And now we do partnerships between brands and music.
Perfect, man. We definitely thank you for joining us with all the knowledge. And without further ado, couldn't forget this last great person who's once again very experienced in the digital side of this business when it comes, and has another agency that he'll be able to drop some knowledge on you, and that's Jay. Jay, can you step up to the stage, please?
Hey, very nice to meet everybody. I'm Jay Waddell. My company's called Valor. It's a spinoff from my record label, actually, it's Trackaholic Music Group. I started in the industry back when I was like 18. I was a record producer, racked up some pretty decent placements. And I actually flipped it and turned into TV and film. So early on, I started pitching a lot of hip hop for music and television. So I've helped get artists and producers on, the Love and Hip Hops, the Real Housewives of Atlanta, a lot of the popular shows like that, all the way up to X Games and doing stuff for ABC. And then kind of from there, jumped into music tech, started a company, Audio Common, out of MIT with some friends up there. That was a fun run. That's how I kind of got in with Symphonic. Actually doing some panels together back at A3C, talking about how you could leverage technology into music. I was an early adapter of playlists. I was working with Tuma and Spotify back in the day. I was able to get some indie artists on Most Necessary and really start some good trajectory. These days, I'm a lot more behind the scenes. I manage DJ Five Venoms from Rolling Loud. I'm also managing his label Sick World that we just launched through Symphonic. And then I also manage an artist out of Los Angeles named Cliff Savage. And we've been doing a ton of work in hip hop for years. So happy to be here, talk about some ways that we can give artists some great tools to grow their careers.
We thank you once again, everybody, for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, we have a great panel of guests who's going to definitely drop some knowledge on you today. So let's kick the ball around a little bit. Now that everything is went digital now, because we've kind of definitely moved away from the physical side of the business. And I came in the industry around the turning point of that, more the mid 2000s and ringtone era. And then what was it? Facebook, MySpace, all of that kind of started to blossom. So the industry definitely had a curve at that time. And a lot of people, even us at the majors, we didn't quite understand it. But now that we're in this market where everything is digital, everybody's online, let me ask you guys, what types of data is available for artists to use as a metric of success now when they're trying to gauge how well they're doing in the market?
Everything. Everything. I think huge metrics for success, I think for artists that they should be looking at is how often are people returning to their music? So I know a lot of times, especially on streaming, they're really focused on, first month or first weekend. What I want to understand is 6 months from now, what is your catalog performing and how are your videos performing? Because if you're growing, then that's a metric that people are actually not only paying attention for the now, but they're engaged and continue to come back to find you. And that's how you create fans.
I agree.
Yeah, So at AudioMac, we have a plethora of data available to us, as well as the data that we give to artists and labels as well, so they can make wise decisions about their marketing and their business. And it's one of the reasons why AudioMac makes a lot of our stats and metrics available. You could see number of plays, you could see playlist ads, you could see favorites. And you can see re-ups, which is our version of a retweet or a repost.
Okay.
And I tell this to artists that come to our offices quite often, is that it's not just the total number of plays that's important. It's how people are engaging with that. So if they're adding it to a playlist, that means they want to hear it again. If they're adding it to their favorites, that means that they're going to want to hear it again. If they're re-upping it, that means that they're vouching and they want their followers to see it. And then of course, shares on social media is also another form of vouching. Inside our creator dashboard, which every artist that and label that uses the platform sees for free, is what type of playlist the song has been added to. So you can see what other types of artists that their competitors or that they're with, and you can make decisions and glean insights from that information. You could also see where people are listening to their music, and you could take that information and work with different booking agents and different people in the industry to say, all right, we need to really focus on Arizona. We really need to focus on Nigeria, right? Because AudioMac is very big in Africa. We have a lot of different users in a lot of the countries there. And a lot of the times the American artists don't realize that their music in Africa is as big as it is in the States. And that's eye-opening for a lot of artists. So really, it's more than just the vanity stats. You really want to get in deep and see, what are these other metrics that are coming to me that I'm seeing that's going to let me go, all right, maybe we should focus on this song. It's getting more favorite ads. It's getting more playlist ads. Maybe we should put our resources and money into making a video for that song and then continue to push that.
Yeah.
So those are some of the things that we're seeing at AudioMac.
Hey, I think that's dope, man. I really think that's awesome. I really like to see how AudioMac's really grown across the landscape over the last couple of years, especially. I think you guys are doing it the right way. I think you've, in my opinion, taken over SoundCloud in terms of the culture specifically. I think that's awesome. I think the artists need to, of course, baseline level with the free apps, Spotify for artists, Apple Music for artists. Like, you got to start with the stuff that they give you. YouTube Studio, like, you have to understand that. Like, that's fundamental, right? The Facebook metrics, like, you need to understand who's coming to your page. You just need to know all of these things. Spotify, they show it in public facing, but you need to jump behind the scenes and start taking a deep dive into all time, like the young lady said, 6 months from now, go back all time. Let's go back 28 days. Let's go back 24 hours. I think the data is all there. Something that I think personally for me has helped out, and it's been a little bit of an investment, is Chartmetric. And I don't get paid by them, okay? And I was even asking
one moment. What was that?
Say something about it before I come on here. Say it again.
No, I'm sorry, because it had went out, so I didn't want anybody to miss that information. But what was that last program or platform you were referring to?
Chartmetric. Did you hear it?
No, you just went out again. Could you repeat that?
I'm so sorry. Chartmetric.
Okay. And what's Chartmetric?
All right. So I found out about Chartmetric earlier in the year when I was trying to validate playlists, right? So you hear about bots, you hear about fake streams, you hear about, boosting, you hear about all these things that are going on across the landscape, especially with labels, and you hear, how can indies compete with that? And so for me, whenever I'm working with clients and I'm working with my artists, I do want to understand, like, how good, how specific can we get to the user? And Chartmetric is something that I found. Now, everybody should sign up at least for a 7-day trial and just spend 7 days on it. That's what I did. Okay. First time I found it, it was a free trial for 7 days. And for 7 days, I just lived there. And I was able to pretty much find out because it pulls the API for you from Spotify, from YouTube, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It pulls it all together, and it even gives you like a score. It compares your score against other artists that have similar amounts of listeners. in the same demographic. I mean, it takes it all the way down to like, what type of hip hop are you? Are you deep underground? Are you emo? So for me, I think it's tools like that that really give you an advantage, because who's really trying to pay $150 a month to know how many people really listen? Well, I am, because I think I can turn $150 into something else by really making smart decisions with my ads, with my with everything. Like literally, I'm going to spend the money specifically to where my data is telling me to spend the money. I'm not just going to make an emotional spend and spend it in my hometown where people may not like me because they're jealous. Maybe I want to spend it in Germany where people like it because of the style of music I have. So for me, I think that's the stuff that indies need to look at. It's just ways that you can differentiate yourself from the competitors.
I agree. And that's one thing we do here at Symphonic. We do provide a platform so you can see all of your data, all the metrics. You can also, of course, keep track of your money, which is based upon the streams. So the more data that you have available, that will help you be able to market, promote, and kind of centralize where to target the correct audience. Because one of the biggest problems that I see with artists is that they're pushing the right thing to the wrong audience. And if you kind of just focus on who this is for, and granted, we are in an era where a lot of the music is very genre bending, and there's no labels on it per se, but you still want to be able to focus on an audience initially so you can kind of grow from there. And speaking of which, I mean, let me ask everybody, what's your thoughts? What do you see that's out there as far as marketing techniques, assets that a lot of artists are just failing to utilize to their advantage?
Ooh, I just inboxed someone about that because I'm the type of person that if I see something that you could have did better, I'll just drop it in your inbox and it's like, why did you do that? So a person I work with often is Brian Michael Cox. Like I'll create content for them or re-edits. And so he posted a poster of his song and said, yeah, check it out on Apple or Spotify. And I was just like, I'm not gonna click. You need to put a snippet right here so we can hear it, and then that'll make me go click. So sometimes I think that artists just think that their audience are just going to engage because they posted something, which is true sometimes, but we are getting so much content to us, so you have to make it easy. So if I'm on Instagram, I don't want to click off of Instagram. If I'm on Facebook, I'm not going to click off, and the same for YouTube. So I think for me, that's the biggest thing that I see is that, and also artists don't create multiple kind of posts. Because with the new Instagram algorithm, you could post something at 8 a.m. and I don't see it till 8 p.m. or I don't see it at all. So it's like posting that same thing over and over at least 3 times in different ways. So you may have posted it just with a moving image, and next time you post it with the static image, and you'll be able to see what your followers like the most. Maybe they like the static image the most. So I think that's the biggest part is just assuming that your fans are going to do exactly what you want to do because you posted it one time, and forgetting that we have so much other stuff coming at us.
Yeah, and to also speak to what Maya is saying, I think that what I see a lot of is artists not utilizing their own platforms, like their newsletters and their websites, to integrate with the social media and other content that you're posting. Because a lot of times when you're on social media all the time, you're thinking like these are followers, but followers doesn't equate to fans. So fans are going to be the ones who sign up for your newsletter, who go to your website and are checking out your music. And so in order for you to kind of engage with them on a consistent basis is, yes, absolutely post it to your social media profile, because that is what's going to get everyone out there. But then also double back and send out that weekly recap to the people on your newsletter. Focus on growing that newsletter, re-engaging them, sending them exclusives, because the more that you're able to engage with them directly, then you're going to be able to break out, not necessarily only focusing on social media, because everyone is on social media right now.
I like that, because you got to circle back and you got to keep targeting, not spam, but like Maya said earlier, it's just same content, but just a different way of presenting it. But now is there
one more thing to it? So I directed a video for this one artist and I posted it to my page, but then I got flagged and I wasn't able to use it because of her music. And so that happens to so many artists. And I always wonder, like, well, how do you want, people can't like share your video or make, create their own videos and put your song if it's being blocked. So I think this is something that artists should think about. Like, think about which songs you just want for social media to possibly go viral, and which ones do you actually want to make money from royalties from.
Yes.
That's a great.
I would say.
Go ahead.
I would say an area that artists should focus on, and I know that it's performance is very important, and the aesthetic of a performance is very important, but I would think that live streaming, I see how powerful it is as a medium, and I feel like more and more artists should embrace the live streaming space and look at it as something that is not going to go away even post-pandemic, and in the foreseeable future. I think that live stream is going to continue to grow, and I think it's here to stay. And I feel like there's new worlds that are happening that are also going to be great marketing opportunities for artists and great ways to partner in these kind of virtual worlds that are happening. And from everything from Wave XR to Fortnite to a lot of these ones that are coming up, I feel like I've seen a lot of artists grow and build and connect to their audience, which they can't normally through doing performances, by doing live streaming.
I agree. But I know we've been speaking a lot about social media, and that's always a good launch pad to build your following, get the word out there, go viral, with TikTok and Instagram and things of that nature. But ultimately, you do want to get everybody to the DSPs. And if you're not familiar with a DSP is, that's referring to Apple Music, Tidal, Spotify, of course, and of course, YouTube as well. So, because at the end of the day, this is where you're going to make your money from the streams, by being on the DSPs. So since so many artists tend to be focused, particularly on social media, what are ways that they can use to move their following, their audience, from the free platforms to the platforms where they can actually make money?
I think paid advertising. I know that a lot of times artists tend to shy away from it because they want organic, they want viral, they want the authentic connection. But I think that to diversify your marketing strategy, right? It's not just about posting it. Their Facebook and Instagram especially have really great ads managers where you can go in and target their audience directly and retarget them. And again, it goes back to the website, the newsletters, right? How are you engaging with people and driving them to actually take an action? Another area is also brand partnerships. How are you engaging with brands to utilize their audience to then drive them back to a specific action? A lot of times when people are on social media, they're not going to click out of social media and then go somewhere else. So then you have to really be targeted to them in how you run those ads to, have them sign up for an email, have them sign up for a pre-save or pre-ad, where as it's going through, it'll automatically get added to their playlist when they see it. So then they don't have to worry about coming back, clicking again, saving again. And then also, I love AudioMac because I always say this, they are the platform for discovery. So really look at and engage on that platform to see how you can engage with your audiences directly.
Yes.
Thanks, Leticia.
And Dave, I was going to ask your thoughts, Dave.
Yeah. Well, everything she said is 100% correct, of course. I think everyone is making really good points. I'm actually just learning a lot, just listening to everyone. But I think actually I wanted to answer the last sort of question we have, and I think that also folds into what we're talking about now, where how can you present your product or service to the right person at the right time, right? A very simplified way to look at it, and advertising as well. So I think one small technique that I've been harping on for a while is, every Thursday night and Friday, everyone drops music. As a curator and as someone who manages a whole team of curators, we spend, up to 10 hours each going through all the music, hundreds and hundreds of songs. And if you're a person looking to discover music, is just too much. You know, a song that I might, you know, put on the top of our trending page, or that is on leading one of our big playlists on a Tuesday, may be the 30th or 40th thing down on a Friday. So if I'm an independent artist, or even a developing major label artist, you know, I would look to put music out on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursday mornings. Not that you can't put music out on the most common day, but it's the most saturated day. So maybe you're going to have a little more real estate and have a little bit more time the whole week to promote your song or your video to your fans, as opposed to being just one of the hundreds that are all putting them out on Friday. And I think with social media posting, you could spend those Tuesdays and Wednesdays talking about the music that you just put out. You know, if you're going to put out, if you're going to post a picture on Instagram of, you know, you're wearing your best fit, you're looking good, try to work that into like a song you just put out. Don't just put a picture of you looking good on Instagram and find some quote, you know, and put it up there. How does that post relate to the music that either you're going to put out or that you have just put out? Try to make it connect there, so that when someone is reading it and looking at it, it's sort of a riddle that they could figure out and be like, oh, I actually want to go listen to that song. Because really the best way to get someone to take an action is to convince them that they thought of taking the action themselves, as opposed to you telling them about it. We call it planting a seed in their head to take the action. And then now it's something that they had their own free will to do. And then ultimately that's someone who's a fan, who's, you know, taking this action because they want to take the action. So there's really, think about every little thing that you're doing with an Instagram post, with a tweet, with a TikTok, to try and get them to go to, you know, AudioMac or any DSP to actually listen to that song.
That makes a lot of sense. And once again, here at Symphonic, we do try to educate the client on timing of the releases, because one of the biggest issues that artists fail to do is just be on time with the delivery of the content. Because you want to get on the playlist, but they don't realize there's thousands of submissions every week. And these things are done 3 to 4 weeks in advance. And if you're not planning the assets, the content, the pictures, the videos, everything on time to provide to the DSP, why would you expect it to get featured in the playlist or any type of editorial? So timing is very key in this industry. And especially with the visual, I like that's a good point that we can segue into, is that now that visual is a big part of everything with social media, of course, now you have two components. You have the Instagram, the TikToks, and then over here you have YouTube. So it's like, now when an artist is looking at both, what's the pros and cons of utilizing these assets, and which one would be best to, as their option to pursue first, especially if they're trying to get started?
Everything. And also it's like you'll find out where your strongest audience is. So sometimes I have labels come to me and they already have their full music videos planned out, and they just hire me to come up with a campaign for that day that the album launches. So I did that with Light Skin Keisha recently, and with the artist named Saucy Santana. So it's just like, help us create hype around this artist. So for me, it was great. So my idea is always doing small snippets, because you do a snippet that's 30 seconds or 60 seconds. Instead of spending money on one full music video, we can do 6 30-second videos. And just for me, it's thinking of the most creative things that's a bit shocking for the artist. So Santana is super effeminate. He wears nails and heels. So for him, if he dresses super masculine, so he recreated, you know, Big Worm from Friday, and then he recreated, what else did we recreate? Scarface, and all these super dominant characters, and I had him perform each song, and it looked really beautiful, and he went viral. It trended on Twitter and Instagram that day. And this is more about that shock value. And then the full length videos we put on YouTube, because his YouTube audience is, you know, is kind of their own beast. And then with YouTube, doing premieres. So it's all about just building excitement, not just dropping something. Like, if you know it's coming out on Friday, get us excited that it's coming out on Friday. Because if you're hyped, then I'm going to get hyped too. And then just make sure that you have, you know, something different for each platform.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Jay, Valencia, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just saying I agree.
And Jay,
I would say that
just one. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that each platform has its own strengths too. So I agree with Maya that you got to kind of do everything and test and measure to see which you're getting the best results on and where your fan base is really galvanizing or at least behind you and you're getting the best engagement. But each platform has its own strengths. So there are different platforms that have different kind of messages or kind of better ways to utilize. I would say utilizing Snapchat and TikTok different than you might be utilizing Instagram and YouTube. So it's all about really knowing what your brand stands for, knowing what your audience wants, and then crafting messages to the strengths of each platform.
Now, let me ask you, with that said, what type of content works best on social media opposed to YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube is a client of mine, so I've worked closely with YouTube Music, and I understand their platform really well. Their sweet spot is the short to long form video, so they really win in the 3 to 5 minute range, and not that much longer. It doesn't need to be the longest video on YouTube, and it's way more searchable on YouTube in terms of with Google, obviously because of being owned by Google as its parent company. And so YouTube, I would utilize for shoulder content, for that's like these kind of ancillary videos, behind the scenes, longer form videos. And I would also push to YouTube the kind of final product that's a little bit glossier versus other platforms. Like an Instagram, I would use the snippet. I would use the GIF. I would use the reel. I would use the click to. I would use the kind of that image that really is glossy. But YouTube is as just clear strengths over other platforms when it comes to video and search for video.
It doesn't even have to be super complicated. It can be lyric videos. Like people were reaching out to Estelle because I forgot what the name of the movie was that came out on Netflix, and she had a song in there. And so she hit me up the next day like, hey, people keep wanting to hear this song and I need to do a video. So let's do a lyric video. And I was like, all right, let's do it. So sometimes it doesn't have to be something super drawn out, and that was just a couple $100 and it was super easy. So sometimes it's also just, just putting something out so your fans have it. And then if that's going great, then it helps you measure, well, let me give them another version of this. So it doesn't have to be like super expensive, I would say.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I think in addition to that, and you both bring up a lot of good points, man, especially about trying to touch everything. I think one of the things that's important too is genuine content, right? So you guys talk about everyone kind of being at home. I think it's kind of an advantage that people aren't taking advantage of, right? It's that everyone's kind of outside of their element. So to your point, there are going to be tech issues. There are going to be things that may have been frowned upon, right, in the normal world that everybody's kind of going through. So I think genuine content is important. I don't think people should chase fads if that doesn't work for them. I had a friend who was signed to a label and he's like a gangster rapper, and they had him doing a dance challenge and it just didn't connect, at all. It just did not connect. And so it's things like that. Like, you got to know your audience. You got to know what's important. Some people it works for, some it doesn't. But I think for indies specifically, I think they just have to be smart, because dollars are important when you're independent and you listen to everyone. You're going to blow your budget on one song and you're not even going to put the video out. Right. So I think, Maya, you're on point with the 6 30-second videos. There was this client I met out of Harlem. He had this series called Minute Mondays. And on every Monday, up until COVID hit, he dropped a minute video with a new song, and he dropped it on streaming services the same day. And I think that was a good way for him to always stay relevant. Sometimes songs can get long-winded. Your second verse isn't as good as your first. So it allows you to kind of showcase the best part of yourself, right? And kind of build up that excitement. But to me, it's always going to be genuine content that wins. If you're a gamer, you need to be on Twitch, right? You need to be focusing on the things that are important to you, because that's what's going to translate to the people that are going to feed off of you, So just genuine content. And I'll just say this as a music guy, make sure the music is good, because you can spend all of this money and you can do all of this stuff and you can do all of these things, but at the end of the day, music still matters, you know? So I just want people to remember to like also focus on your craft and make sure you're not making music for yourself. Like, we do this for other people. So for as much as we're pouring ourselves into it, we got to understand what people want, and we got to focus on giving them things that are good.
I agree, and back and touch on something Maya had mentioned about just even getting a lyric video out, because we recently released a song with Jermaine Dupri called "Change," which we worked with Maya with, and she did a beautiful job on the performance video. But prior to that, we needed something to go out with the single, so we internally just crafted a lyric video just to have something up there at the day of the release. You don't need much sometimes, but you just want to make sure you have enough content to fill various sectors in regards to your platforms, because you want to touch everything. Because you always tell artists you want to put all the dots out there and let the people connect them, because you never know how somebody's really going to come across your music. It can be in a TikTok. It may be because there's a video on YouTube or somebody shared something on Instagram. But either way, you just got to make sure you have enough content to touch on that. And it has me thinking, I was seeing an article this morning. It was on a newsletter, Tropical. So you know that the OG legend Busta Rhymes released a new album. And this is a person he's been around various eras of the industry, all the way back to the physical, of course. And now he releases this anticipated album in the digital world. And the article was cool. It touched on a lot of things about how somebody of his caliber can still transcend and still make it now. And it touched on the fact that you have to touch on the various audience. You got to release the music independently. And there's so many things to touch on now, but now that everything is truly digital, especially post-COVID, it's like, how can an artist navigate through this oversaturated field now, since everybody's focused on just going digital now?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier about, dropping earlier in the week is certainly one very, easy thing that you could take advantage of. I think one thing that Busta kind of did was, and you're seeing pretty much every artist do this, is releasing a regular full-length album and then a deluxe version. I've wrote in the past about, the way that you could use streaming services and just this sort of infinite amount of tracks that you could put on an album to your advantage, because I don't think anyone really wants like a 30 or 40 album track, 40 song album. If you have 40 songs and you want to put all of them out, why not release them in different portions? 10 songs here, 10 songs there, 10 songs this week, 10 songs a month later. I mean, a deluxe is one way to do it. You see artists, they put, my favorite is that when you release a deluxe, the new songs are at the beginning of the album. So once you listen to that, the album that has been out plays immediately after, and you can get back into that mode. I've seen like artists like Gunna released a deluxe, and he sprinkled the new songs in every other song. And it was like, for a curator, it's impossible to, I don't even remember what songs new and old, but I think that can be effective, especially for an artist like Gunna. So like, you have the ability to be creative with this new streaming ecosystem that we're in. It's not a physical limitation of a certain amount of songs that fit on a CD or a cassette. You could be creative. You could do 5 songs and then do another 5 songs 2 weeks later, and now you have a 10-song EP. There's just ways to manipulate it so that you could get in front of as many people as possible. And I think we're getting towards that now with these deluxes, but I hope that it gets a little bit more creative, and you could utilize this infinite amount of space and really catalog that is available to artists now.
Yes. Now, from everybody else, branding geniuses, what's some of your thoughts on how they can, I guess, stand out now in this market, with everybody once again focusing on trying to push their music the same way?
To be honest, it's visuals. I think visuals are key. You have to, like, everything has to be visual. So, I mean, that's probably my closing piece on that is the only way to stay relevant now is audio, and you have to have some type of compelling video, the animations, you know, you got to have animated graphics. You can't just get by necessarily with the old things, the cover art that's dope and good music. You kind of have to have every single piece of it. So I think you have to make the music visual.
Yeah. And also for me, I think it's also about like not only the visual, but also figuring out what your audience wants. It's also about, you know, building a really great strategy. And for me, strategy is about building on the last thing that you did. And a lot of times what I'll see with independent artists, even with some major artists who kind of take their audience for granted, is that they're coming out with fragmented strategies. Nothing is connected, nothing makes sense. As an audience, as a consumer, why should I pay attention to your music if I don't even know what you did last week? And so finding ways to really tie it together and building out effective campaigns. And what is an effective campaign? It's an experience. So whether you're engaging with a brand to get on their platform, or you're going out and you're driving people from social media back to your own platform, your website, your newsletter, what is that experience? And that's how you're going to stand out, is to continue to create that experience for your consumers, build on strategies, using the visuals, but then there's also a companion. Now I have this exclusive, and now I'm continuing to build and to build and to build, to Maya's point. So now I'm excited, right? Like as a consumer, as a brand strategist, I'm excited because the artist is excited and they're providing me something new every single time.
I agree with that. And that's one of the things that we try to work with our clients is just the strategy, because we're one of the distributors that do provide the marketing services for clients. So that way you're not just putting a release out there, you're actually having a planned action and a way to attack everything. And a lot of people just think they're just going to put the content up there and just let it go. But you do have to be very strategic. You know, every artist thinks very highly of themselves, and we do as well. We think highly of you, but everything is executed. The key word is timing, because you'll see one artist like a Beyonce or somebody, they appear to drop this project overnight and everybody just embraces it, but they're not factoring in all the logistics that lined up to make that appear like it just dropped out of nowhere. Because, you know, Dave will tell you this content assets has to be handed in on time to meet these deadlines. Same thing I did with this Jermaine Dupri record with Change. It was a crazy turnaround, and it was a lot of scrambling. Yes, we're used to that behind the scenes, but you can do that with certain caliber artists. If you're just coming up, it's not going to work, and there has to be a demand there.
And I love that you mentioned Beyonce, because I use Beyonce as an example all the time. I see a lot of artists, and I'm going to bring up websites again, but I just see too many independent artists abandoning their websites. And so I have this idea that I say it's the Beyonce method. When Beyonce releases something, she releases it on her website, she releases it on her platform, she releases it but it's always through her own platform. So if Beyonce can have a website and a newsletter to engage people, every artist and their team and independent label should at the very least have a website and a newsletter. And that's the last time I promise I'm going to mention website.
No, you're fine. Everybody like, is tuning in to get this information. Which now that brings us to our last question, which is, in everybody's opinion, what services should artists utilize to have a successful release? With all the various, when I say services, you know, you have marketing, you have publicity. What are things that, and even if it is an obvious thing, they may need a reminder. So what are some services that artists should utilize to have a successful release?
I think you want to, oh, sorry, go ahead, Maya.
Oh no, this is going to be a shameless plug. I would say onboarding like a content creator that can like create stuff very quickly on your team and flip it around fast is like super important. So that way when things happen, I'm already there, because that happens quite often. I'm already there just at my computer just for days drinking coffee, but I'm with it because I know that that's okay. We're just is just for a week or two. So I think that's super important. That way you don't even have to think about that. You can just tell that person what you want and they just crank it out for all those platforms.
Mhm.
I agree with Maya there. I think that it's important that you've got someone on your team that can coordinate your content, because you need to be moving at the speed of culture. The name of the game right now in breaking an artist is relevancy, and the way to stay relevant above everything, unfortunately, even the music, is to stay at top graph. So you need to be flooding your platforms with content strategically in a way that you're continuing to show up over and over again, hitting your fans over the head with new, fresh content ideas, and then even the content you've made cut up in all of these different ways. That's the beauty of these platforms, is it doesn't cost anything to post. So you might as well, and it's proven time and time again that it's most effective if you continue to post and you continue to flood. And if you shoot a video, you shoot it in 100 different pieces of content that can then go across all of these different platforms. There's really an efficient way to game the system, and that's really gravitating towards where you're celebrated, but flooding all of these different platforms so you stay at the top of the social graph.
Yes. And I do feel that people or clients, labels, artists, one crucial thing you have to think about is your team. You need somebody who's going to do marketing. You also have to understand marketing and publicity are two separate things. So you do need that publicist or entity that can create the story, because marketing is going to more so create ideas of how we can market and push this out here. But you want that publicist who can actually craft a story, take your assets and actually create something where people are going to want to listen to it. Then you're going to need a promo team. It is good to have a manager. If you can self-manage, that's great, but a couple things may fall through the cracks. And is there any other teams that you guys may recommend that, or services that artists should make sure they have in place preparing for a release?
Find a graphic designer and make them your best friend.
Yes. You definitely need somebody to do that artwork.
Seriously, stay off of Canva. Stay off of Canva. Stay off of Over. And yeah, to your point, Octavius, get a team, because as much as we hear about the Travis Scotts that produce, rap, engineer, right, do all these things, like, you need to space it out, and you need a support team around you, and not yes man.
Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes.
And I think a project manager or someone to really just focus on strategy to add into all the other pieces that they mentioned, that you all mentioned. Publicist, yes. Content creator, absolutely. Social media manager, right? Because a lot of times the content creator is not going to be the same as a social media manager, and you have to understand that difference. Graphic designer, marketing, and then also a strategy, someone who's pulling it all together. That way the artist is just creating the content. That's their only job, is to create the content and post it. Everyone else is going to figure out when it should be posted. Everyone else is going to figure out how to drive it, where to put it, all of that. I see a lot of artists making their jobs harder than it has to be because they're not building effective teams.
And to add to that, the big area that for artists that we haven't really covered in terms of getting your content out there is partnerships with artists, other artists, and also partnerships with brands. So in order to service brands properly, you need to be making content that brands want to be affiliated with. And brands are used to working with influencers. Artists are so much more talented than influencers. Artists make music, so they should be a really viable option for brands to work with, even on a smaller, more narrowed, focused level where their fans are really kind of committed. So I think that you got to have somebody on your team that can work with brands or knows how to work with brands. If it's your booking agent that also slashes as your brand agent, I definitely think that you want to be courting the power of brands, because it amplifies your message and also can be a great revenue stream.
Yep.
Great. Everybody made some great points, which does bring us to the end of this journey today. And I definitely hope that everybody tuning in learns something from these great guests. And what I like to do is let everybody, I'll start around, let everybody give their final thoughts on what artists need to make it, in your opinion. Now I'll start with Dave. What do you feel do artists need just to have a chance out here?
I think an artist needs to truly have a passion for what they're doing. Sometimes you see artists that just kind of want to be famous or just want to have clout or notability. Those artists either don't make it ever or their run is very limited. So just be passionate about what you're making. Don't make a dance video like Jay was saying unless you're a dancer, right? I mean, it seems simple. I would also suggest to artists that it's all about productivity. And I believe I said this last year on the panel for Symphonic, but make a lot of posts on social media, make a lot of songs. Doesn't mean you have to put out a lot, but just make a lot, get better at what you're doing. Make at least 10,000 songs before you consider yourself as good as you're going to get. Because people, the true fans and the people that influence other fans are going to want to, cape for the artists that are really talented, that are really doing something different. And with that comes the passion, also comes the proliferation of the music, and also comes the ability to differentiate themselves. So just be as productive as you can, make as many songs, write as many songs, work with as many different producers. And then, related to the last question, what services should they use? I would recommend using all of them. I wouldn't, of course I could just say, oh, use AudioMac, we're going to solve all your problems. But I actually don't believe that. I want artists to use, even our competitors, make the funnel as wide as it possibly could be to get the fans hooked in. And then, towards the bottom of the funnel is where your smart link would be, where I would hope AudioMac would have some real estate there. And that's where you're trying to get people to do to eventually to take those engagement metrics like I was talking about earlier, to save your song, to add it to their playlist, to share it on social media. So that's what I would recommend. And then of course, patience. Stars aren't made overnight, even if they appear like it. It really takes a constant, focus on the craft, to be patient, to work with the right people, not just your friends, not that you can't work with friends too, but to work with the right people that are going to have your best interests in mind, that are talented at what they do, to truly have a good team that's going to be behind you, so that you could achieve your goals. And it may not even be to be the size of an artist like a Weeknd or a Drake or Beyonce. There's a middle class of artists that make a very good living, do what they love, support their families, and get to spend every day doing what they love to do. So I would advise to have, that as a goal, as opposed to becoming famous or notable. It's about doing what you love for a living and reaching those fans.
I agree. Now, Leticia, what's your recommendation, your final thoughts?
Oh man, I have to follow that. That's a tough one. I mean, I've been saying it all the time, but I think understanding your audience and, at bare minimum, a website and a newsletter so you can kind of craft your narrative. In addition to that, as David said, I would use it all, right? There's so many tools and resources that are out there for artists and their teams to really kind of integrate into the digital landscape. And so we're in the streaming era, and you do yourself a disservice as an artist if you're not at least trying all of these different things.
You're right about that. Now, Jesse, your final thoughts.
Yeah, I'm a New Yorker, even though I happen to be in Topanga Canyon right now. So I'm all about the hustle. And I feel like New Yorkers reward the hustle. And I feel like in art, and especially in putting out your art and music, you've got to be everywhere. I think you got to be creating an abundance of content that's interesting. I think you got to be listening to your audience and continuing to super serve them. I think it's all about staying top of the social graph. And, unfortunately or fortunately, in some regards, whoever blows the most hot air, so to speak, is going to get the checks. And so I think you got to just keep making interesting content and keep pushing forward almost shamelessly, but with the integrity of what your passions are and what your message is.
I agree. And Jay, your final thoughts on everything?
Yeah, everybody said it, man. I think the one thing I believe in is make sure it's something that you love, because if not, people can tell and you'll fizzle out. So for me, I don't take on projects unless I'm passionate, and I ask the same of clients. Don't just chase the clout, don't just chase the names. Like, put some passion and love in what you're doing, and you'll see the results. It's not overnight, like Dave said. But if you got passion, then I think that's it. So for me, it starts with the love. Do you love what you're doing? Do you want to be in the studio, right? Like, what are the things that you love about it? I think those are the things artists should ask themselves, and that's what's going to bring longevity. And then I was on Clubhouse the other night, and somebody asked a good question, and it's rhetorical, but it's like, what are we going to do after we make music? And I think that's something that artists need to be thinking about, because there are ways to stay relevant in music long term after being an artist. Look at people like Quincy Jones. So I like people who think about longevity. So for me, I think music is a lifetime thing. So keep some passion in everything you do, and hustle, and with integrity and shamelessness. I like that, Jesse, for real.
Yeah. And Maya, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with everybody, honestly. So I think mine would just be like the reasoning for being everywhere. It's kind of like fans, we expect artists to be everywhere. So like, if you aren't on YouTube, if you don't have a Facebook page, I'm just like, why not? It's like when you go to a hotel and they don't have Wi-Fi, you're just like, everyone has Wi-Fi, so it's just like certain things you kind of already expected. So I would say that is the reasoning for having to be anywhere or everywhere, and just being consistent with it.
I agree. My final thoughts on it, as a potential artist label, first, do your research. Make sure you pick a distributor that works best for your needs. Yes, Symphonic, we do provide a lot of various tools and assets for you to utilize this and be in control. But understand, if you are going the independent route, you are in control. So what you do as a leader is what we can help you, So the more assets you provide us, the more we can be able to benefit you and build out a structure. But from there, you also need a proper team, as we discussed, making sure you have a manager, some type of publicist, a marketing person, social media, video. Yes, that may sound expensive. So some people may have to wear multiple hats, but the key is making sure that you are identifying everything that's needed. So you are making sure that you are executing and hopefully setting up for a great release. But I hope everybody learned something great today. I do once again thank all the panelists for joining us today. It was a great discussion, and I look forward to joining everybody again in the future for future discussions. And I thank everybody for your time today. And everybody have a blessed day, and thank you for tuning in.
Lately I've been feeling boxed in. I'm always boxing, daily toxin. I sold my soul at an auction. Gave it up to God, this is no facade. Feel the beat while it's knocking. I got the whole city rocking. I got my whole bitch jocking. Cut the check, let the blood spill. Bless the soul, set the thug skill. Be my drug, my addiction, MDMA, yeah, I love how your drug feels. My homie knows how a slug feels, but he don't know how a hug feels. He ain't afraid to catch a body though. All we know is that love kills. Baby, I've been high all week. Baby, I've been high all week.
Yo, what's going on? It's your boy Cliff Savage, Long Beach, California, man. Long Beach finest, man. I appreciate the opportunity. Let's get right into it. Yeah, man, I enjoy being an independent artist because I'm able to express myself creatively the way that I want to and give it to my fans the way that I vision it in my head without having any like restrictions on that, whether it be visually or, through the music. So I guess the whole freedom aspect of like being independent was fun, but for me, outside of that, it's really just my team. You know, having the right people in my corner that believe in me the same way that I believe in myself just makes everything hit different. You know, it's a different type of feeling. A shout out to my business partner and manager Jay, because he really helps keep that motivation. You know, for the whole team. You know, he keeps us motivated, he keeps us hyped. You know, he doesn't forget shit. Like he's always on top of everything, and that really helps having a team help you drive the ship. You know what I mean? So for me, it would be the whole freedom aspect as well as having a good team is what makes being independent fun for me. Yeah, man, and it's crazy because what keeps me motivated is the unknown. As an independent artist, you go on this journey not exactly knowing sometimes what the next thing is going to be, you know, and it keeps me excited because I feel like I have the music, I have the team, you know, everything is lined up perfectly. So when I come across these different obstacles that I don't see coming, we're able to tackle them and handle them right away, and it makes it fun for me. So it's like, it keeps me motivated, it makes me want to record more music, it makes me want to give more music to the fans, it makes me want to learn more about the business. You know, it's just so many different things and situations that you can come across as an independent artist, you know. So it's just the whole immersive aspect of it is what keeps me motivated. What I say to my younger self: allow people that believe in you to be a part of what you have going on. That's how you find good managers, that's how you find good videographers, that's how you find good assistants, that's how you find good stylists. Whatever it is that you need to make your ship go, just allow people to support you, but you want it to be organic. I would tell myself to just pay attention to the people around you, because not everyone has your best interest at heart. I surrounded myself with a lot of people that didn't have my best interest at heart, and it kind of caused a delay in my progress, like, you know what I mean? So I would just tell my younger self to just be wary of that, and really pay close attention to the people that you allow in your circle. What does it take to be an independent artist? It definitely takes consistency. You want to make sure that you're consistent in people's faces, but of course you want to make sure you have quality music and good content, because you know, they go hand in hand. You know, you can be consistent with bad content, it's not going to really get you anywhere. But being consistent with quality music, it can really take you a long way, because we all know, like, you know, in today's time, the average like person's attention span is just like so fast. People are so quick to be on to the next thing. So you want to make sure that your music is good. You want to make sure that you're consistent. And that's really key in being an independent artist. I'd say that's the most important thing, is just being consistent. Big shout out to Symphonic, by the way, because Symphonic came around during a time where I needed another outlet for my music. I was putting my music out on streaming platforms at the time, like SoundCloud. I had a song called Uber at the time that was blowing up. It was getting a bunch of streams on SoundCloud, but it wasn't really doing anything for me. And on top of that, like, my fans were sort of making that transition from SoundCloud to Spotify and Apple Music. Symphonic gave us that platform to really reach those fans. And I wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for my business partner and manager Jay. He had asked me, you know, bro, like, why are you putting out free music? Like, and I didn't really have an answer to that. I didn't really know what to say. So I was just like, I don't know, bro. I never really thought about that. Like, and he's like, yo, you know, I'm working with Symphonic. You know, your record Uber is hot. Like, you know, we could really do something with that. And from there, the rest was kind of like history. Like, we put it onto streaming platforms, and come to find out, bunch of my fans are on these streaming platforms, and the numbers just start going crazy. So shout out to Symphonic for giving us that opportunity back then. It really helped me out a lot and kind of sent me in the right direction. So shout out to Symphonic. It's Cliff Savage. I'm out. Peace.
Thanks for tuning into Symphonic's virtual music industry sessions. My name is John Mizrahi, and I'll be moderating today's panel on the evolving business of sync. Over the past decade, the music industry has seen a convergence of culture and technology that has fostered an unprecedented amount of growth in the number of releases worldwide. The ability to inexpensively record, release, and distribute globally to hundreds of DSPs and to reach audiences through playlisting and social media has given voice to millions of artists whom previous generations wouldn't have been able to record, much less release their music. Last year, Spotify founder Daniel Ek was quoted as saying that they release nearly 40,000 tracks every day. While this meant that there's new pathways for commercial success for independent artists, it also means that there's just way too much content out in the marketplace. Nobody knows this better than music supervisors, who are curators and are constantly inundated with music that, according to whoever's sending it to them, is exactly what they need for this project. Part of the job is being able to cut through the noise and zero in on the best music that fits the creative and budgetary demands of their productions. This panel will discuss the benefits and downfalls of an endless sea of content, how it's changed the landscape of the music business, and how music supervisors navigate it all. I'd like to welcome and introduce our three panelists. Danielle Toporoff is a music supervisor based in New York City. In her decade-long career, she's worked in many different areas of the music business, as an event producer, artist manager, and sync licensing professional at companies like Wonderless Music and Apco Music and Records. For the past 3 years, Danielle has been at the creative music house Squeaky Clean Studios. As senior producer, she works with ad agencies and brands like Adidas, Google, Square, Lexus, and Facebook. Her role covers a wide range of music supervision services, including creative licensing, bespoke composition, artist partnerships, and sonic branding. Christine Green Rowe is a music supervisor in Los Angeles, who for the past 5 years has worked at Deep Cut Music alongside founder Maggie Phillips on many hit television shows, including Fargo, The Handmaid's Tale, Counterpart, Snowfall, Homecoming, and The Act, as well as films like Miseducation of Cameron Post, Alex Strangelove, and Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always. Christine recently decided to break out on her own and start her own independent music supervision venture, 82 Tunes. Andrew Brady is also a music supervisor at Deep Cut Music. As part of the team working alongside Maggie and Christine, he's worked on the music for numerous critically acclaimed shows, including Shrill, Fargo, Mr. Robot, The Handmaid's Tale, and many more. Andrew recently co-supervised Netflix's Emmy-winning Trinkets, creating a rich indie rock soundscape that won the hearts of teens worldwide. My name is John Mizrahi, and I head up Symphonic Distribution's in-house sync licensing agency, Bodega Sync, representing a diverse, curated roster of independent artists, labels, and producers for easy, clear licensing in all forms of media. Thank you all for being here and for participating. And welcome. So, question one. What are some of the resources that you rely on for music discovery, both personal and professional? And do they overlap at all, or do you separate your personal musical taste from your work? Danielle, we'll start with you.
Okay. Hi. Well, you know, in advertising, I'll say things move very, very quickly. So most of the time when we start on a project, we need to be sending music options within 24 hours, if not shorter. The majority of the music that I get, because it is so project and budget specific, tends to be from sync reps at labels and publishers that I know, other sync licensing houses that we reach out to assist in that kind of stuff. But it's one of those things where you're just getting inundated with piles and piles of music and listening to the first 30 seconds and then moving on. So I would say that, you know, for the most part, if I hear something that's really great, it'll kind of move into my personal listening folder. But things move so quickly and you have like such a specific project in mind that it's usually very project specific. Every now and then a project will come across our plate where maybe they're looking for a really cool artist to partner with, in which case I'll use more of my personal tastes. If there's been somebody that I've been following for a while who I think is really cool and would be a really good fit. If they're looking for something that doesn't have too much of a specific tailoring that needs to fit the spot, but just something really cool and new and cutting edge, then I'll kind of pull from my own resources, which come, you know, a lot of times from friends or from browsing Spotify, or, you know, you hear something on a TV show that I'm sure one of these two have worked on and think it's really cool, and it'll move into my personal folder. But I kind of try and keep those two a little bit separate. So that's, I hope that answers the question.
Christine?
I would echo a lot of what you just said. When it comes to work and the limited time we have, like when we have a specific spot we're listening for, it really defines where we're looking and what we can look at. You know, the budget is huge, and each project, I mean, the showrunner or filmmaker creates a world, and we have to exist in that world, and we bring new things to the table that they haven't heard, but like it has to complement the story and the vibe that they've created. So we're kind of living in that. I would say with brand new music, like new albums, new music, I look to Andrew, and I look to our sync reps at indie labels like Domino, for example. You know, like they're on, you know, they know all the great new stuff, so we'll have conversations with them. And others, I mean, there's many, but with my own personal listening and personal music, because we have to listen so much for work, I usually look at my own listening as like a break. And I'm a very nostalgic listener, so I just listen to my old favorites, a lot of 90s, a lot of 80s. I'll just throw something on that I don't have to think about. Like I know it's not gonna apply to a project I'm working on right now, so I can just enjoy it as opposed to listening and be like, oh, this would work here, this would work here.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a mix. And then older music, we have a lot of projects that are period catalog stuff. When it comes to that, I just go inward, like I do a deep dive. I don't ask for suggestions. I just like listen to a bunch of old stuff and pick out my favorites. That's
so.
Yeah.
Andrew, it sounds like you feed a lot of music to Christine and the team. So where do you source your music? What are some of your go-tos?
Yeah, I mean, I think Danielle and Christine really covered a lot of ground there. I mean, for me, contemporary music is really where my head is at most of the time, on a personal level. And I think Maggie and Christine have sort of like definitely realized that. And so on our contemporary leaning projects, it's really fun to just kind of go wild. And a lot of the music that ends up in those shows is just stuff that I've been listening to myself, which is a blast. I mean, throughout the year, I'm just sort of trying to keep track of like new Spotify releases, back when we were allowed to go to venues. You know, it's like a lot of it was live music. You know, I always like to catch the openers. I always like to try and see bands that I haven't seen yet. Music festivals, awesome for that. And just like throughout the year, kind of every Friday throughout the week, even, you know, I'm checking, you know, the obvious sources like Pitchfork, but you're also just kind of like any new music I can find, I'm really trying to always keep my ears open for. And so it's like just throughout the year, I have sort of playlists going for like Shrill and Handmaid's Tale, and we have this new show Generation that's like all contemporary music. And so it's helpful once you kind of establish the sound of a show to kind of just be thinking in those modes. And when I hear a song that like screams Shrill, I, you know, just pop it on the playlist. And then once we get started, it's great to kind of have an arsenal of songs ready to go. And then on top of that, like Christine was saying with budget, like so much of that, it comes to just like, we have so much that we're working with. We go out to our contacts that we trust and know have great stuff. And just sort of, we're always kind of collecting kind of budget bins of cool upcoming new stuff. And that's where a lot of stuff that it's really, I love that side of it because it's often artists that wouldn't necessarily like come into my world otherwise, that aren't necessarily like big or indie names that are going to be popping up on like blogs and stuff. It's smaller artists that are just sort of like, you can have, you know, a big difference, like getting a placement in a show like that. So there's so many different sources, and it's almost overwhelming how much music is thrown at us all the time. But it's also like a real treat to just have it be part of our jobs, to get to just like dig through it all and pull some gems out and get to like share them with more people. I think it's a real blast.
Can you each give us like a quantitative amount of like how much music? Because I hear this from supervisors all the time, like they were inundated with music. What is it like? How many songs are you listening to in an average day, or any of, like, not the whole thing, but I'm sure like you can't listen to,
I mean, I would say for any particular project, and it depends. If it's a very specific ask, maybe I won't do quite as much outreach because I know who to target, who's going to have the kind of things that I need. It helps if and you probably have this more in advertising, but if there's something really lyric specific, that eliminates a lot of the tracks that I have to listen to. But if it's a wide open search, I mean, I'd say I'd try to get through 500 plus songs in a 24-hour period. So yeah, it's a lot.
Andrew, you got that beat?
No, I mean, I think that's a pretty, I mean, yeah, like you said, like it kind of depends how specific or what exactly you're looking for. If, like, for example, right now we're listening for shrill bins, and so we have like folders and folders and folders and folders of stuff that's been sent to us like over the last few weeks, and we're just sort of sorting through it. And and with that, we're just kind of, you can't listen to the whole song because there's so many of them, and it's part of it is just like getting that, like, how you listen to a song as long as it takes to really get the feel and the mood, and like and so sometimes it's, I would say, like, we're not listening, like on TV there are days when I'm so focused on just clearance stuff that I'm not listening a ton, but there are other days when I listen to probably like 300 songs, just like click click click, like skip ahead, okay, like delete. But yeah, it all just depends on the parameters of what we're looking for, how targeted we're going. And yeah, it's quite a bit. It's a very strange and like frenetic way of like sort of, it's not, I wouldn't call it like a pleasurable listening experience. It's so targeted and razor focused that it feels like work, but it is fun to get to just sort of like skim through a bunch of vibes in like
it's
an
also
hour.
I think from my perspective as a rep, we're servicing to brief. So you reach out to reps and labels and publishers, and they send you their best ideas. So you have these folders and folders and folders of everybody's best idea. And, if we're doing our job right, all those songs could work, and you have to just decide which ones are a little bit better than the other one. It's got to be really difficult to differentiate between such granularity of, well, this one works, but this one, so it's interesting.
There's different phases, like the phase we're in right now with Shrill, since we just started, for the, like, we do open listening and send like a vibe playlist, and then we're doing bins, like Andrew said, where we're reaching out to our trusted contacts and they're giving us all their best stuff. And so that first phase, it's getting a feel for the song, if the general vibe, in our mind fits into the show. And then as we get cuts of the episode, then we're getting way more specific, then we're like, okay, we need this budget, like this kind of vocal, this kind of lyric or no lyrics or whatever, and then we hone it in. So it goes through different phases of narrowing down.
And who are you sending music to? So you're basically collecting and filtering this music, and then you're passing it along to who?
So initially it's to the showrunner and producers, the people up front and very involved in the creative, like the creator, the showrunner, the producers. And then as we're getting further into the season, sometimes we'll throw the editor some stuff and they'll cut them in. Then we watch them. We would have spotting sessions, but now the pandemic, we're not going to be in the same room. But, we give our best stuff to the editor. They throw them in because it changes once you watch it to picture. And then we're narrowing that down with, again, the showrunner, the producer, the creatives on the show.
So for Deep Cut specifically, just because, a lot of music supervisors are like independent single music supervisors, but you work for a company with a team. does it go, I mean, if you're all working on something, does it go like, is Andrew like frontline and it goes to Christine, then it goes up to Maggie, and then it goes like, do you filter through everybody, or you're all just like pitching ideas?
It depends.
Yeah, it varies. I mean, sometimes it's, it just depends on like how big the spot is. You know, if it's like a background spot, sometimes it's, you know, we as a team kind of like divide and conquer and figure out like, oh, like, you know, I can take this one, or, and usually it's going through at least, you know, 2 people are listening to it for the most part and kind of getting a read on it. And on the bigger spots, you know, like, you know, Maggie is like really sort of zeroing in on what the showrunner or what the creative is. And then on the small, you know, like on like a background spot or on like a library spot, you know, we can sort of be a little bit less like, you know, it's easier to sort of zero in on a background spot's mood than like a big featured spot where it has to hit all these specific beats. So it's sort of case by case.
Danielle, what about in advertising? I mean, the company you work for is pretty sizable, lots of creative people, lots of opinions. And then there's also the agency, and then the people producing it and editing it, and the client and the client's son who has an opinion. And I'm sure there's lots and lots and lots of people who have an opinion as to what the music kind of gets through. So, you know, in your role specifically, how does that sort of pan out? How do you navigate, like, you know, obviously you're working on something, you listen to 500 songs, you find what, 10 of them that kind of fit?
Say 20, you know, we'll start with 20. We'll send that off to, it depends, you know, if we're working with an agency or if we're working directly with a brand. So if we are working with the agency, it's going to go through the agency creatives first. They're going to narrow it down, probably down to 2, you know, send those 2 to client. The client might not like them, and then we go completely back to the drawing board. So, you know, I don't actually get to see all the layers that it has to go through before it gets back to me. But we're really the front lines, and then there are tons of people ahead of us who have their own opinions, often ones we don't agree with, but we just kind of have to go back and try and make it work for them.
So in TV land, they were saying sort of the showrunner, producer, like there's sort of a team of like senior creatives, I guess, who are really the final decision makers that you're sort of pitching up to. In your case, you're pitching up to who? The agency, the client?
The client is ultimately always the final decision. Yeah. Whoever the client is, you know, the agency has to impress them. So, you know, we could go through multiple rounds with the agency creatives coming back with various notes or wanting new things or wanting other ideas. And then they could pitch their final idea to the client, and the client could hate it. You know, and then we got to go back to the beginning. So it can be quite frustrating at times, but the client always has final say. And
is the client at the end of the process, is the client a creative person typically, or a marketing person, or like an oil tycoon in a hat? Like what, like I'm trying to imagine who that final decision maker is. I always hear, you know, when I go through this process of advertising, like the client, but I don't really know, I don't have any image of who that client is.
The client is usually not necessarily a creative, could be an executive at the brand, who's ever assigned to the project. Ultimately, you know, the client is not just assessing the music, they're assessing the entire spot that's being created. So it's, you know, the director's vision, it's the editing, it's the various cuts that we're doing. So, you know, when we get feedback via the agency from the client, it's usually incorporating a bunch of things, and there could be an issue with the music, or it might be that the edit isn't right. So now they want to scratch the entire idea and start anew. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of control in that area. But you kind of just have to roll with the punches, and ultimately.
You work directly with editors to ever try to like make sure that if you have an idea that you really want to land, that the editor is doing a good job of making sure it looks as, you know, I think in some cases editors have like an inordinate amount of power in terms of whether or not they think something is good, and if they really love it and want to make it work, they can make it look really good. I mean, do you work directly with editors at all, or?
We do. I mean, we have a lot of contacts at various edit houses, and a lot of whom we just kind of give our, you know, with we do music supervision, we also do original composition, and we have our own internal library. So we'll kind of give them access to our internal library and say, feel free to put whatever you want on this initial cut, because there is a very real thing in advertising called demo love. And the song that goes on the initial edit very often is the song that ends up being on the final spot. So even if it's just a temporary reference, a lot of times the client will just fall in love with that and continue to ask for it until you cave and license it.
That's nice. Okay, so second question. Do you feel like the massive amount of content being released daily into the marketplace has a positive or negative impact on the sync business and on music culture overall? So basically, good thing or bad thing to have this much music as opposed to 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? I mean, it really very much, I've seen just a massive increase, and it's really kind of hard to keep up. It's hard to keep up even in some cases with music that we rep. I mean, there's like a lot of music out there. So how does that impact what you do day to day?
I think more choices, the better. I mean, if you have a lot to sift through, then maybe there's more of a chance you're going to get some gems, as opposed to feeling limited or feeling like, okay, I keep listening to these 5 albums for every project. You know, you're not stuck in a rut. I guess there's a sense of that there's always something else to discover. I mean, at least on our end.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of a complicated thing. I mean, as like a supervisor, yeah, having more options is awesome. It's nice to sort of like, I know like when I'm on Spotify and I'm digging for something, and I can always like go to that like artist similar tab and sort of like find another like, 15 artists that are in a, a similar world. And that can be like a lifesaver sometimes. But I imagine as like an artist, that makes it really hard to stand out. I think it's probably really easy to sort of slide between the cracks and not kind of break out because you have a sound, there are 18 other artists on that similar artist page that sound similar to you, and finding a way to kind of break through that can be really challenging. But overall, I think it's a good thing, and I'd rather have too much music than not enough, and I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way.
And I mean, super talented people are always going to rise, I think,
Right. Yeah.
In the sync space, also sounding like an artist that gets tons of syncs is probably not the worst thing in the world, especially if your client loves this band and can't afford this band. And you're like, oh, here's this other band that sounds just like them. It's not always a bad thing. Might not be the best in terms of, reaching a wide audience and being, critically acclaimed as like an original whatever. But, certainly bands that have a vibe that is, we're always looking for that kind of thing for us, just because we're always trying to fit as many briefs as possible. So, we kind of gravitate not towards necessarily like, this is the most original music I've ever heard in the world. It's usually like, can we pitch this like every single day?
Yeah, that kind of goes back to my point about how demo love is real. We very often have a client who just loves a song that's too expensive for them, and then we have to do something that's going to make them happy and replace it. So, that's definitely something we need a lot of in our industry.
So for your process, I mean, for all of you, I mean, music supervisors send briefs out to, people that have music that they, think may fit. I mean, does that, in your case, Danielle, it might be a situation where there's demo love and you're trying to replace it. Your brief is basically pre-written for you, describing the music that you already have that you can't afford or can't clear. But in terms of trying to articulate it in terms of a brief, what's the process there? I mean, as you said, like you're probably starting with something, but if you're not starting with something, how do you sort of zone in on what makes sense? And how do you even make a decision as to whether or not you want to kind of try to make a pass yourself or to reach out to people? Because I'm sure if you reach out to people, you're kind of signing yourself up to listening to 500 songs or whatever it is.
I would say budget. If we absolutely cannot spend more than X, we have to reach out, because we have to know that all this music that we're going through and sifting through will be that price. But if it's a big spot like end titles, I mean, there's always a budget, but like if it's a bigger spot, we're open listening, like just listening to stuff that we like and we think will fit. But we do need to rely on our trusted pitching people when it's a very tight budget.
And are you guys typically constrained by that? I know in advertising, you're given a budget, but like if they fall in love with something, like magically, you know, like Facebook has more money or some, you know, there's just kind of always this thing where like they can find the money if they want it. I mean, on these productions, like for a TV show, are you really completely, constrained by it? Or is there a situation where, you know, you can sort of step outside it, or do you have to sort of say, you know, we need this one song and like we're only going to be able to pay everybody else $40 or whatever it is?
It's different every episode and every spot. It's, you know, for background, we're pretty tight in those budgets, because we know, okay, we can have 2 to 3, I mean, depending on the show, it's different for every show, but if we know we can have 1 to 3 big songs, you know, then the rest have to fit in those budgets. And then the finding more money thing, it's different every show and network and studio. You know, like there are certain studios that, I mean, if the showrunner really wants to make a case for it, or I don't know, they just really fall in love with something, then maybe they'll say, you know, maybe we'll just decide, okay, we can make this work by plugging this in here, but then maybe another episode will be a little lighter in music, or, you know, the like visual effects and music are always the budgets that people pull from. So if they'll be like, oh, we have some extra in visual effects, or we have some extra in music, and we'll swap it around. But
I think this is something that people probably don't know as much about what music supervisors do. I think people think that music supervisors just like pick songs they like and put them into TV shows or commercials or whatever. And
No.
there really is a lot of like really complicated budgeting, and it, you know, it's part of why it requires you to have contacts with, you know, all different levels of music that is pre-cleared at certain rates, so that you can sort of slot things in and say, what's the best music I could get for $1,000 or whatever it is. And, you know, those types of resources are things that you go to all the time. So that's part of the reason why I think artists also get frustrated that there's sort of this gatekeeper kind of process where getting directly to music supervisors, it's not necessarily about the creative aspect of it, but it's also a matter of like, do I know that I could go to you and use your music and you're going to clear it for this fee, and that it's all pre-cleared, or that you understand anything about how licensing works? So, you know, that's
I would
kind
say
of
it's a mix of creative and budget, though. It still
no,
isn't.
no, no. Yeah, of course.
Like, you know, give us a folder of what fits in that budget, but then we're going to go through, at least Deep Cut, we go through every single song and only pluck out what we think's the best creative. We don't just get a submission and then send it to the show.
Right. I meant that like the budget part is the part that people don't understand, that that's an aspect of how you make these decisions.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we could have like a blank check and do whatever we want, like you would see some wildly different television. But and I think that some creatives even have trouble sort of wrapping their head around that, of like, oh, I want every song in my show to be recognizable, and they don't there are sometimes we'll have a background spot and they'll want like a big song in it, and you're like, you sure you want to spend this much money when we can barely hear this? So a lot of our job is just managing expectations and being like, look, like you can't spend that money here. If you do that, then you can't have your big Untitled spot in the next episode. Or so a lot of it is just sort of, we're always thinking big picture budget, and deciding like where we can, kind of what spots are important, where we can kind of have an open canvas and have fun with open listening, and which spots we can sort of realize are, this is background, it's over dialogue, we can be, we don't need to be as, precious and cherry pick this one. Like we can sort of, not that we're not, curating those options, but that we're recognizing that, we need to rely more and be really specific and targeted with what we can spend.
I think without the role of a music supervisor, you would have a whole bunch of, and same in advertising and in TV and film, you probably have lots of people just throwing ideas around with no concept as to whether or not they will work for one reason or another. I mean, I think a lot of people also don't understand clearance, don't understand like an artist might not want to be in an Adidas ad or whatever it is. And that stuff is all behind the scenes stuff that you guys have to parse out. And it's a tough job. So that,
Oh,
go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say one other thing that, I've only really started to pay so much attention to after starting working in advertising is how important lyrical content is. And based on the edit, there's always VO. So a track could be perfect sonically, it could be perfect lyrically, but there's this one bit that competes with the VO and we can't get an instrumental, and that's why it's scrapped. So, there are just a lot of other aspects that you have to think about aside from the perfect vibe of the song.
Right. Okay, so aside from the music that you've selected working up to picture, what are some other aspects about a particular artist that are either attractive or valuable to you when you're making a licensing decision? I know this process is going to be, again, it's going to be different in advertising because there's a lot more considerations in terms of a client and, their sort of image as a brand.
Yeah, I would say, when it comes to advertising, the first thing is, does the artist want to do it? That's really important in order for us to get everyone on board. A lot of times, a lot of times a brand will want to kind of put that in their press release and kind of hype it up as this artist who's on the spot. A lot of times they don't care who's on the spot. So it kind of depends on who the brand is and what they're trying to accomplish. I would say, a lot of it is also based on budget. If it is a really low budget, but they want to have some kind of cool indie artist associated with it, it's a matter of who we can get. We'll send them a one sheet. They'll take a listen to a couple of other things. They'll want to make sure, none of their other big singles have, any kind of lyrics or imagery that might not be in line with the brand's messaging. So those are all things.
Are they researching the artist themselves? They're like reading their Twitter? Like, do they really? Like...
We'll usually send a one sheet through, which they'll ask for, which we'll get from the label. So just having like a little bio, have some of all their social network accounts that they can check those out, have a link to a couple of their videos, and just to give them an overall vibe of who the artist is.
Yeah, on the TV side, I would say it doesn't typically come into effect too much. Most of the time we're kind of zoned in just sort of best song for the spot. But also just on various shows, we're kind of, we are paying attention to sort of like, if an artist is making big controversial statements that sort of politically don't align with what the show is sort of about, that does come into play. And it has come into, we've looked at songs and sort of been like, we don't really want to associate this artist with this show for X or Y reason. And then there are other times where it's like, oh, this artist, on Trinkets, for example, had like, a big chunk of the characters are LGBT. So that was a big focus. It's like, oh, we can find cool queer artists that sort of are going to enrich this world and make it feel authentic to the viewers. And so, yeah, I think it's a mix on TV of like, we're paying attention. It's not everything, but it is important.
We're paying more attention now.
Definitely.
But like now with our newer shows, we are like, okay, we want to represent LGBTQ. We want to represent women. We are now consciously wanting to represent many people as opposed to, just, one look, one sound.
Is that being driven by music supervision, or is that being driven by it sort of being written that way and the sort of creatives being like, we want this to have like a rich identity that relates to whatever, meaning?
It's a conversation. It's on the best shows, it's something that's important to them and important to us. And we talk about how it's important to all of us. And so we go and do that together. Those are the best projects. Like Shrill is such a great show to work on. The creative's awesome and the people we work with are amazing and just very socially conscious, awesome, smart women.
Awesome. In terms of an artist, like stature, profile, things like that, like if you're working on something, like you said, that has a brief with a specific budget, you're being pitched music that fits X, Y, and Z, and you kind of know where it slots in. But if you're kind of looking at an artist, let's say for a big ad campaign, and you haven't really been in contact with them, but you're kind of interested in it, do you take in consideration any sort of metrics, social media following, that type of thing, to like get an assessment as like, I don't know if this artist is big enough or too big or whatever it is. Like, does that matter to you or not really?
I mean, we do. A lot of it also depends on how important it is to the client. So that really dictates how impressive they have to be on social media or how popular they have to be. Some clients, want a name that people can Google, that they can find, but it's not so important that they have any sort of social media following. They just want to be able to throw it in a press release. Some clients want it to be, an artist that has this and this and this metrics. But
I think it goes both ways also. Sometimes people want to break like the next cool artist. So like if you're too well known or everybody kind of knows you already, like maybe they're not, maybe they're too exposed or whatever it is. I know in ads, I get asked the question, has this person's music been synced before? And like, if you answer yes, that's a bad thing. Like they want to be the first to do it.
Yeah, there is this kind of idea in the advertising world that they're going to, break the next big artist, when of course nobody is even considered until they've had some kind of a career in advance.
Right.
But they like to think that, and sometimes if they've been synced before, that will disqualify them.
Is that true in film as well, or is it kind of different?
It's different. I mean, we definitely are like paying attention to, like, we use this website TuneFind to look up sort of like what songs by certain artists have been used before on TV. And if there's like, it's not like necessarily a, disqualified a song, but if say a song is in like a show with a comparable audience, that's something we definitely take into account. Like we try to avoid
or try to pay attention to that.
Yeah, it's not everything, but it's something. And especially on like a big important, like say it's like the first big spot end titles of a season, like we definitely don't want to overlap with another show that has this, it's just, you want it to feel fresh. And it's, and obviously, people gotta say again.
In the featured spots.
Exactly, yeah. And the featured spots, I think it's the most important. And it's something, yeah, obviously every show, you want that song moment to stand out and not have them thinking about, 3 other song moments that someone else used the exact same song. So we're paying attention for sure.
Well, Danielle, you kind of intimated that like if you don't have a career, like your music's not likely to go in ads. I think in TV, it's maybe a little more open. Like, would you license, if you heard a song from an artist and it really worked for you creatively, but they just have nothing going on, or like it's a really old obscure record or whatever, like is that cool, or is that just like do you think about how I think TV shows also are like Danielle said, it's driving music discovery, that she finds new music. Like, is there pressure to be like, anything that we put in has to be something that's like real and established and has a certain, or does it not really matter as long as the music works?
It's often that it's pretty cool if you come across something that doesn't have someone doesn't have a following yet, or it hasn't been synced. You're like, yes, I found this awesome song or artist, and we're gonna put it in here. But it depends on the project, because sometimes a showrunner suggests a song to us and we say, okay, great, just so you know, it's been in this, and this, it's been used in a lot of recent movies, and they don't care. They're like, well, this is my project. I don't care that they used it. And then other showrunners or directors, they go, oh, thanks for pointing that out. Right. Let's keep looking, because you're right, that's a recent use, and let's move on. So it depends on the project, if they really love the undiscovered gems, or if they're like, no, I just want, I want big songs, I want accessible songs, I want songs that people already know. So it changes. But personally, I would say everyone at Deep Cut loves to discover something that doesn't have a big presence yet.
And
I'm sorry, you go.
No, go ahead.
You guys have been great so far, by the way. There hasn't been a lot of over talk.
I was just gonna say that I think, just adding to Christine's point, that like sometimes, yeah, the show wants like a big name too. Sometimes it's like, oh, this is a big important spot. We want a really, you know, flashy artist to sort of like start the season out strong or something. And other times, like, it's kind of on us. So we're like, oh, we found this cool song, and we're just sort of like sneaking them into a background spot. And the showrunner will be like, oh, who's this band? I've never heard of them before. And we're like, oh, they're new, or they're, you know, unsigned small band. And a lot of times the show's excited about that. They're like, oh, cool. I think they sort of acknowledge, I think everyone in TV music sort of is excited about that. Like, everyone has that, you know, has that song or album that they never would have discovered if they hadn't seen it on TV. So I think there is that energy of like, let's bring something new here that hasn't been played out already a million times.
Neil?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, based on Christine's earlier comment, I think advertising has also kind of seen a shift, especially just due to the cultural climate of wanting more diversity and more inclusion. So that's really opened up some areas for new artists to kind of peek in communities where traditionally they haven't had so much access to advertising, which is really great to see.
I have to admit, I may have just not been paying that much attention, but in recent years, I've kind of noticed that commercials have gotten much better and more interesting. They're more film-like, they use better music, and I think that people pay attention to them. You know, there are certain brands that are known for their music curation, and I don't know that that was a thing ever. It used to just be like, you know, put a piece of generic music in the background of a car riding around a mountain or whatever. So, I mean, it seems like a pretty interesting and fun time to, you know, to be involved in this, where, you know, they're bringing in real directors and, you know, they're trying to sort of make art as advertising. I mean, is that something that, I mean, I feel like that's something that you guys do a lot. Like, I don't know a ton about, you know, outside of my personal interactions with you, which are more on like the indie music level. You know, I know that you are involved in that kind of stuff, especially on the bespoke side of it and brand partnerships, things like that. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. I mean, we get some really amazing projects where we get to kind of be on the ground floor, talking with the director, crafting music specifically for a spot that hasn't been even created yet. So we can kind of create this amazing piece of music that is then shot to, and everything syncs perfectly. So, you know, that is, I wouldn't say it's the majority of the projects that we work on, but we really, really do love working on projects like that, where we kind of get to have a lot more say in the music. I think more often music is an afterthought, but the award-winning projects that we have kind of always start out that way. It's the best case scenario for everyone. You know, the flip side of that too is we've had these really amazing cinematic, beautiful commercials that we've done. And we've also been seeing a big influx of like TikTok projects. So, you know, there's been a lot of recent requests just creating music specifically for the TikTok market, which I have my own opinions about, but is definitely an area that
Please share, Daniel.
Really pushing.
I'm not gonna get you in trouble. I get it. I mean, it's interesting. TikTok is interesting. I'm not a TikTok user. I obviously know what it is. I've seen it, but it's really interesting in terms of like, you know, the way that it impacts, like it's a format, right? It's kind of like Twitter having a limited amount of characters and how you have to change how you communicate based on that limitation. So, I mean, that's super new in terms of, you know, people doing these ad campaigns for TikTok. I would imagine part of it is also like, you can do it less expensively because it's a type of media that, you know, it's not like a worldwide TV campaign kind of thing. But I don't know, I feel like it could be kind of an interesting creative challenge to be able to do like a TikTok.
It is. It usually starts out as a longer form piece. So we're creating like a 30 or a 60 that is then going to be submitted to TikTok, and it'll have its cut downs. But I think the goal is always to have it kind of take off on its own and be a viral thing and have people create dances to it. We just have to create the long form for whether it's broadcast, which is pretty rare nowadays, honestly, we're seeing more and more online only spots. Another great opportunity for indie artists because they are smaller budgets. But yeah, it's a very interesting platform, and it's interesting to write for. You know, I'm not a teenager, so
I get briefs asking for like TikTok style music. I'm like, I don't really know what that is.
I can send you a whole list of it. I've got so many references.
Okay, go. Be a mix now, because like then that big the Fleetwood Mac song was a TikTok video, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm like, now we're into huge artists on TikTok.
Yeah, that's a whole other panel. All right, so last question for you guys. How do you handle direct outreach from artists who are looking to have you listen to their music? I would imagine, Danielle, you're like a little more behind the scenes, so maybe you're not as like exposed, but you know, when you're working you know, on film and TV projects, you know, if you're credited, your name is on the thing and it's on IMDb, and like they can look up your company, they can track you down pretty easily, find you on LinkedIn or whatever. I think in advertising, it's a little more obfuscated, but I would imagine that people still kind of come after you and send you ideas or whatever. How do you handle that?
You know, we get so many submissions every day on like all platforms, and I know just like me, as like I've become semi more notoriable as like a music supervisor, like I'm getting hit up on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, sort of like any sort of like public facing platform you have, like you're gonna get hit up on. And I mean, to be honest, like I would say 9 times out of 10, I just can't pay attention to it because there's so much going on and we're so busy with work all the time that it's just sort of like impossible to keep up with. But say again.
How do you sleep at night? No, I'm kidding. No, I can only imagine.
That's the answer. But I will say, like, the people that break through that I actually do pay attention to are the ones that I can tell that they've taken the time to like actually watch some of our shows, or they're like, hey, like I loved how you used music on Shrill. Like I wrote the song that I think is similar. Like it's the people that take a little bit of extra time to personalize it that I feel like if they took a little time to write this email, did a little research, that, you know, I'll spend 5 minutes listening to their song. And even if it's not a fit, I think like just as like a human to human sort of like, just like acknowledging that, you know, they took the time. I try to like at least respond to those as best I can. But it's hard when we get so many of them. And many of them are frankly unusable for our projects, and they're not bad songs, but it's just like, and a lot of people want feedback, and you're just like, it's hard. That's the thing, is you can't really give feedback to everyone. That's the hardest part.
The several follow-ups are hard.
Yeah, I believe
we
that.
solved it on our end by doing like an application pipeline where we're actually getting lots of information aside from just the music, and helps us sort of filter through. People still email me all the time, and I'm not like a curator. I'm not public facing at all. And I get lots of music from people, so I can only imagine that it's many multiples, and like you don't have that sort of first line of defense of being like, put in a forum kind of thing. Danielle?
Yeah, I would say it's not that often that I get hit up by artists. On the odd occasion that I do, to be completely honest with you, I usually don't pay attention to them. But I do frequently get hit up by composers, which is another really great revenue source for artists who can do it. And I always look through those if they have a commercial reel of things that they've worked on before, or even just kind of like a SoundCloud link to some compositions that they've written. We do have in-house composers at Squeaky Clean, but we often use freelancers, especially people who are really good in a certain area or genre that maybe we're lacking in or we need more of. So yeah, love hearing from new composers. And there are also a lot of really great resources, especially now considering, you know, we are trying to diversify the industry and have more inclusion there. There are resources like Free the Bid, which I think is now Free the Work, that kind of just lists various composers, directors, musicians, all these people who are behind the scenes and making a commercial, who maybe haven't had the opportunity to be used before. Because I have found in our industry, and you know, I do this too, unfortunately, you work with a couple of people and you know they're good and you know they're going to get you what you want, so you don't try as many new people, and we're trying to do more of that. So
and it's word of mouth in those networks also, which also like continues to repeat the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, a lot of times I'll suggest somebody, but if we have creative directors who are on the project and they want to work with specific people, trying to convince them to work with new people, especially if we're writing on a deadline, can be difficult. But what we've been trying to do now is, if you know, the second somebody reaches out to us, or if we hear of a new composer, we kind of start the investigation, get them into our system so that, you know, when we're looking through, they're all set up and we know what their strengths are, and we can try out new people and new things. You know, we also have a list of, aside from composers, just freelance talent. So it's vocalists or musicians who we can call on for specific things. A lot of times, you know, especially when it comes to covers and re-records, which are really prominent in the advertising world, they want maybe an old composition that they're getting the publishing on, but they want a cool new indie artist to record it. So, you know, we'll kind of go through our freelance roster and see who would be available to do that and maybe make something really cool.
How do you get on that list?
How do you get on our freelancer list?
Yeah, or not just yours, but I mean in general, like what's a good way, sort of, because I think on the advertising side of it, obviously advertising pays really well, and you know, it's attractive to musicians, and I think that it's probably the most complicated media to sort of get seen by. Like you said, like people are not sending you direct music. I think it's because, again, like you work for a company that people might not even understand what it does, whereas like a music supervisor is like, oh, that's the person that picks the music on whatever. So like you are also a music supervisor, but like I think it's a little bit less sort of known that like companies like Squeaky Clean exist, even though the work that you're producing is obviously, everybody knows your work. So I mean, as I said, also it's sort of segmented where it's like you have an agency, you have a music house, you have the production people, producers, editors, clients. I mean, there's any number of access points, but it seems like all of them, like it's hard to know sort of where to shoot. So let's say, for argument's sake, I was an artist who made a song that sounds exactly like the type of music that a brand uses. Like, how would you try to target that? Like, where would you go?
Well, I'll be honest, a lot of it kind of comes through our internal resources, word of mouth. We do have an artist liaison at Squeaky Clean who's been pulling in a lot of people and kind of developing this area of our company called Waves, which actually is for independent artists. You can look that up and submit if you'd like to. But yeah, it's a tough call. I would say, you know, just getting your stuff out there, you know, just
sure.
getting all the local things. And organizations like Free the Bid and Free the Work are really great resources, because we do go to those to try and diversify our roster.
So last question. Tell us about your dogs. You're all dog owners.
I need to text to my husband to release Murray because he took him away so he wouldn't bark.
This Peanut.
Aww.
I just got her like 3 months ago. She's very sweet.
He's so sweet and so chill.
How is Peanut so quiet? There's literally no noise.
She made a few like little noises. She likes to be held like a baby also. Which is fun. Yeah. I got pretty lucky.
Danielle, I know fosters dogs and is between dogs at the moment.
My last dog just got adopted last week. He was the sweetest. His name is Gabriel. But if anyone out there is looking to become a foster in the New York City area, my favorite organization to work with is Animal Lighthouse. They're really great. And yeah, he was my 14th foster.
Whoa.
Oh, good for you. That's awesome.
That's
It's
amazing.
really hard every time, but
I couldn't do it. I would be too many tears.
I would then have 14 dogs.
Kind of like humanitarian dog renting.
it is. Yeah, my boyfriend says it's like we have a monthly dog subscription.
It's amazing.
This is Murray.
Hi, Murray. What kind of dog is Murray?
He is a pug Yorkie mutt.
Wow.
His beard is kind of crazy right now.
Great beard, I was gonna say.
He's 10. I can't believe it. But he has a lot of energy and very loving.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for participating in this. This was fantastic, and I really enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Fun.
My music is a product of exploration. It's finding little sparks of ideas as you make your way around an unknown landscape. Finding two roads and choosing one and not really knowing what's down that path. I found that making music with electronics, I'm able to express feelings that I wouldn't be able to with my own voice or with a traditional instrument. I feel like my music is exploring the possibilities of human creativity. When I was younger, I was exposed to vinyl records, classic Motown, and all the best music of the 60s and 70s. I found a home in that expression. So ever since I understood that music was something that you could make yourself, I wanted to try and see what I could do with it. So I sort of built this fortress of electronics and instruments. It just kind of helps me express myself in the way that I know how. For me, the music is almost more about the sonics than it is about where the sound came from. I try to keep an odd set of instruments available to me. Some retro-style devices that might have been lost in a bargain bin somewhere in a thrift shop, all the way to some of the most inspiring instruments ever created by other enthusiasts of electronics and sound in general. I would hope that anyone that would hear the sounds that I make would come out of that experience sort of questioning their own knowledge about what is possible with sound, and hopefully they feel the way that I felt when I was making it. The feeling one gets when walking through an art gallery and seeing a piece of art. There's certain pieces you can walk away from and they sort of stay with you, or questions that it posed that maybe it didn't answer. I love not answering questions. I feel like you give the audience a chance to make their own story. And I think that's the most important part.
good, y'all? Call me Ace. Why do I enjoy being independent? The freedom to create, control, collaborate, basically just answer to myself. Some people don't really like that kind of responsibility and all that has to offer, but I actually prefer it that way. It's actually pretty freeing to do so. What keeps me motivated really comes down to just knowing my why, who I'm connecting with through my music. I really intentionally leverage my music and experiences to connect with disenfranchised communities, to be able to communicate with my listeners and let them know, to encourage them to live a rich life instead of just a life full of riches. And I'm pretty intentional about using my platform to create access and opportunity, especially for folks that come from backgrounds like me. And so, I'm way unconcerned about, money and fame and accolades and all that kind of stuff. Like having a purpose that's actually deeper than just the material. It's actually going to help you stay rooted, especially when, those things don't come exactly when you want it, or when they come and then they dip, you know what I mean? Or you see the trend going up and then you see the trend starting to go down and you start questioning yourself. Actually having a deeper why and just being rooted in that, it keeps you going through the highs and the low times. You're not too, prideful, but you're also confident in yourself as well. And it's outside of just, kind of all this other stuff that society puts value on. What does it take to be an independent artist? Man, look, you need clear goals for sure. Realistic expectations. You're not just gonna drop a song and then blow up tomorrow. And if you do, there's probably something wrong. Strong work ethic for sure. A solid team, especially as you continue to scale. You can't do everything by yourself. No one man's an island. And just like an unwavering commitment and perseverance, man. Like, there are gonna be days where you just don't want to do it no more, just emotionally, and being able to push through that to continue going. That's you can't teach that. You gotta want it or not, and not willing to give up even when you clearly want to give up. That's that last part for sure is that's gonna make it for real. What would I say to my younger self about the music industry? Yo, look, younger, call me Ace. What you see is not what it actually is. That's what I tell myself. I probably also say everyone has a dream, but it's not about how big you dream. It's about how hard you work. And the harder you work, the more real that dream's actually gonna be. Yeah, that's probably what I tell myself. How has Symphonic helped me? Man, I love Symphonic. Symphonic's dope, yo. In quite a few ways, playlisting, creative and marketing services and support, sync licensing, sharing my music and just the word about Call Me Ace, with the Symphonic network internally and externally. And just like being actual human beings, that definitely actually like having people to connect with. It really does feel like, solid bonds and relationships and a partnership as, the platform continues to grow. So shout out to Symphonic. Love y'all, love everybody on the squad. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to just continuing to move forward. Yeah.
afternoon. I'm Gina Miller, SVP and General Manager of Entertainment One, and you are attending the virtual music industry session sponsored by Women in Music, a conversation with the leading women in the music business. Well, let's jump right to it. Let's start with brief introductions so you'll know who these powerhouse women are that you're looking at today. I don't know how my screen is here, but let's just start with Leslie.
Thank you, Gina. My name is Leslie Fram. I am the Senior Vice President of Music and Talent at CMT, and I oversee everything that has to do with music on all platforms at CMT. And we just finished the CMT Awards in a pandemic, which was interesting, but it was something that was really, really, really great to go through, because now I have a whole new appreciation for people that do production and artists, and it's a whole new brave world. But I'm excited to join the panel tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Portia?
Hi, I'm Portia Sabin. I'm the president of the Music Business Association. We're a trade association in the music industry that covers pretty much a vast number of sectors of the music industry: the DSPs, the labels, the publishers, the tech companies, managers, a huge number of groups. And I think we have just finished 39 events over the last 7 months, which is a huge pivot, because normally we would put on one conference a year. So that I'm very proud of my team. I'm very proud of all of us, and we've made it to November without. We're all here in this room, and I'm so happy to be with you guys.
Molly.
Hi, I'm Molly Newman. I'm the president of Songtrust. Songtrust is a global music publishing platform. We serve mostly independent songwriters and producers. We also work with companies, small businesses and publishers. We also work with large companies like Downtown Music Publishing and CD Baby. We power their CD Baby Pro publishing offering. We are a little bit different in that we work with societies and services all around the world directly. And I'm really glad to be here tonight. I'm also a former active musician. I don't say I'm not anymore, but I got my start as a musician, and I was signed to this record company for many years. It's a great room to be in virtually with all of you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna start. Leslie, I want to tee up this first question for you.
Wait a minute, did we talk about Cameo Carlson?
To introduce Cameo.
Oh, hello.
I know, right? I was.
You're just so comfortable with me, Gina.
I know, Cameo. Okay, y'all. Full disclosure, Cameo's my butt. You know, these women I love. Okay, Cameo. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
It's all good. I am Cameo Carlson. I'm the president of M Theory Nashville, which is a management services company, which is a weird way of saying we do strategy and marketing for artists of all genres in all parts of the world. And I come by this at a very strange and interesting path that started because I have no talent in music, and got started in radio in college, where Portia and I went together and graduated at the same time.
Okay.
Years.
Yes. Long time ago.
Wonderful. All right, so now it kind of feels kind of anticlimactic, but we're going to go back to Leslie. Hey, Leslie, so here's my question to you. Goodness gracious, and I feel like for all of you, I have so many thoughts about what you can add to this conversation. CMT, that's a whole question within itself, being in such a male-dominated, I mean, we all are working in a male-dominated industry, but for sure, I can only imagine some of what you face every day. But I want to ask you this question. What about the emerging woman, the leader that's new to her job, fresh on the scene, walking in the door? What do you tell her, either from experience or what have you been told that you can share with her?
It's interesting that you said that, because we all do a lot of mentoring, and a lot of people fresh out of college I don't think they understand the whole networking process. And what I try to tell them is, especially in this music business in Nashville, it's such a small industry and it's so important to reach out and get to know people. And we're lucky in Nashville, and Cameo, I know that you and Gina can attest to this. People are so willing to have a virtual conversation with you, and before the pandemic to have coffee with you. And so I continue to try to, open up and network with people all the time, because we don't know anymore how long our jobs are going to last. I mean, and so the people that get really isolated and they're in a job and they don't reach out and get to know other people, the minute that job goes away, you might not have 10 people that you can turn to and have a conversation with. So I usually try to tell them to make sure that they're constantly networking with people, and even people outside of their circle.
Okay. All right. That's good. So, Cameo, how do we support women? How do we support young women? How do we support women at any age? How do we get women to understand the value in networking? Take any part of that and let us know what you think.
I mean, I think that the thing that we do that's very sort of appropriate for the group that is talking right now is that we are all women who actually support these young women and actively work towards helping them with mentoring and networking. And I think it's incredibly important. I feel like there are a lot of women who don't have female bosses. So having some kind of outside mentorship with women in the industry, even if it's just to have somebody who understands what you're going through, is really important. And we have to support each other. I think we're socialized into thinking that we're competitors instead of supporting each other. And that leads to this sort of doubling down of there isn't enough room for more than one woman at a senior level or at a specific company or in a specific role. And I felt that very early on in radio and throughout my career, and always felt like it was a pay it forward kind of thing. That the mentoring bit to me personally, and I know to the women on this conversation, is important. That's what we have to do.
Okay.
Gina, can I jump in on that one too?
Sure, Portia.
I think, we've been doing so many Zoom meetings this last 7 months since we've all been in this pandemic. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like every time I do one of these, I get a flood of emails from young women who are like, oh, I had no idea about your story. Thank you so much. It's so helpful to see you. So I think doing stuff like this is also really important in the mentoring process, to be visible. Because otherwise, if we're not visible, nobody's going to know our stories. It's like pretty basic, but sometimes overlooked.
But not being afraid to reach out either. I think when I was younger, I would have been afraid to reach out to some of the women that I saw speak or, was fortunate enough to know about. And I laugh now, and she doesn't remember it, but the only fan mail I have ever sent in my whole life was an email in probably 1999 to Leslie Fram, because Leslie was the program director at the alternative station that at the time for radio was the station. And I was so petrified to send that email, and Leslie responded, and I didn't write back. It didn't become like some big, correspondence, but it was so important to me to know that someone like that would respond, that it gave me all this confidence anytime I wanted to reach out, thinking, well, the worst thing that can happen is they just ignore it. And that's not so bad. I can deal with that. But it meant a lot. It meant a lot.
And I, where that came from, Cameo, and I don't know if I ever told you this story or not, but when I was in high school and I was a baby DJ, and I would send out air checks to people just hoping that somebody would get back to me, and people did. And I was like, if I'm ever in a position to where I can pay it forward, like you said a minute ago, I'm going to do that. So I think that all of us do the same thing on this call. It's so important to pick up the phone. It takes 5 minutes, or send an email, or do a Zoom call with someone. And it can be overwhelming, but you change people's lives that way.
But what do we say to, the young woman who has reached out to someone that's not one of us? What do you say to the person that's trying to figure out, how do I even start this pathway to find a mentor, or what if I'm rejected? Or, maybe the question is even, is the advantage to have to look for to seek out a female mentor as a mentee, or do men add something to the conversation that is equally just as important? Molly, you want to take that? I see you.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think that certainly there are tremendous support of male colleagues throughout my career journey. I, reflecting, listening to you all, and thinking back on how I got my start, in the early '90s in independent record companies, without. There weren't many visible women, to Portia's point. I really had to seek them out, but there were a tremendous number of supportive men, and networking with them, and maintaining relationships and taking inspiration from what they did, and then hopefully doing it my own way has kind of always been the formula that I've tried to follow. Acknowledging that someone's going to look up to you, like you were saying, Leslie. Look for your reference and your model. And so taking risks and looking at, ways that are, going to a conference when I was early in my career where I didn't know anybody, and, halfway around the world, and trying to, walk my part, being sort of an indie punk rocker from the West Coast. It was, it required a little bit of sort of a deep breath and channeling some inner confidence. But I do hope that is something that I project, and then others might find that same sort of personal inspiration, because there is a little bit, we all have to look inside too to do what we're doing. There are lots of good examples, and there's more visibility and more discussion every day, which is an incredible change from, I think, when we all got our start.
There's a really good point there, Molly, too, which is that this is an industry of confidence and ego, and you have to really force yourself into positions that may not be comfortable for you naturally. But if you send out 10 unsolicited flattery emails, someone's going to respond. Someone in that list is going to respond, and that can start that conversation and mentorship. And you just have to keep going if you don't have anybody to start with.
Okay, I heard the big C twice. Molly, you said the big C word. Cameo, you said the big C word. Portia, I need you to help us understand what's the C word is confidence. Confidence.
Yeah.
I heard both of you kind of sneaking and sliding into your comments. Portia, certainly there's a measure of confidence, as Cameo so eloquently charged us, that we all have to have. Absolutely. What do you say about the difference between, or the definition, can you define for me, in your words, the definition of confidence versus self-confidence?
Wow, that's a tough one. That's a good one, Gina. We're going back to grad school now. I think, I'm glad that confidence came up, because I think this is a really important thing for us to talk about with young women, especially because I think a lot of times young women, especially, certainly when I was 19, 20, you don't have necessarily that just sort of confidence and swagger that sometimes men have, just very naturally, like, I deserve everything, so I'm going to be super confident. But we need to say, okay, it's all right if you don't naturally have confidence, self-confidence that's, pushing you, because that's your personality, but you need to find confidence somewhere. And someone very wise once told me, find something inside yourself that you are proud of, that you're good at, and use that to build the foundation of your confidence. And so when you start to get nervous about something, you go back to that place of, well, but I know I'm good at this, and I feel confident about this in my life, whatever it is, doesn't have to be related to your professional life, and use that as the foundation to build your confidence. Because ultimately that is true of everyone in the workplace. We are confident in that we present as confident, which means you walk into a room and you say, I'm someone worth talking to. I'm someone worth respecting, and we do have to have that as women and as people in the world. It's critical.
So true. I think that, the whole idea of being able to define for ourselves why I feel that I'm confident, it's going to require a lot of mirror work for everybody. I'm just going to encourage you that are watching. And it starts with affirmation. It starts with affirming what you know you can do. Because I think that there's the whole idea of maybe the major difference is proven work that you've done, and then the belief in yourself that you can do it, which really is the big separation here is opportunity, right? So something that you haven't proven yet, that you know that you have a belief that you can do, I mean, it really requires you being able to walk in there and say, I need the shot, I need the shot. So Leslie, to that end, when did you know that you were a leader? And I would love for all of you to answer that question. I think that this is a dynamic thought.
I feel like the point I was going to also make about what you were just talking about, Gina, is that I feel like we have to encourage people, though, first and foremost, because sometimes I find that just a little bit of encouragement pushes them over the edge because they don't really see or have or feel that confidence. And when I first got to CMT, I saw all these people on the music team that weren't able to own things. And I'm like, they need to own stuff and I need to empower them because they are experts. And I think they just needed somebody to tell them to do that and to encourage them. So I feel like that's almost the first step, and that's with anything. That's with, Cameo. That's like us talking to artists, right? There's so many artists that are so afraid to do this or send their music or reach out to a publisher. And it's like, you've got to take that first step. So I feel like one of my strengths as a leader, and I learned this from, I have some great mentors, is honestly walking in and letting people own things. I don't want the credit for it. I want them to have the credit for it and to own it and to really empower a team. And once I started doing that, you can just see how people open up and become confident. It's crazy how it works, but it's true.
Mm-hmm. So I would say, I asked the question, when did you first know that you were a leader? And I asked that you all answer that. So if you don't want to answer that one, I would say, what type of leader are you?
No,
because it sounds like to me, you just defined really the type of leader and the leadership that you bring to CMT.
I think I first found out about it when I was programming radio stations. There was a radio station I worked for 17 years, which is unheard of because most people don't stay at one place for that long. But it was such a great team and it was a small team and we did a lot of work. But I think that's when I really first came into my own because I loved you spend so much time with these people. They're really your family. And we did great things together. And I think that's when I really felt like I was a leader. And that was probably in the early 90s, honestly, in the early 90s.
Okay. Molly.
I was just thinking about that, listening to Leslie, because I had a lot of responsibility early in my career, but I wasn't really able to acknowledge the responsibility of leadership. I had a record company that I had partners with, but we had a pretty big staff for that time and that size. It was about 18 people. And, looking back on where I was in my life and the experiences and skills that I had developed and that matched with that responsibility, although I'm sure that, I was the boss of some of the team then, I don't look at that time actively as like, that was my leadership moment. And it really did take a lot of ups and downs in my journey, and various moments of acknowledgement and recognition and even important roles. But I think I'm still coming into my own and learning every day, what this responsibility is, what, saying one phrase sometimes can be interpreted a certain way. And you have to be, the thoughtfulness that is required, about how you speak to people and how you communicate and how much you offer of yourself and how much you don't. I think that's a sort of an important skill that I'm still working on because I get close to people that I work with a lot. And, that is a great thing, but it's also can be kind of a burden for everybody. And so I think I'm still on that journey. I certainly recognize my current leadership responsibilities and, I kind of work on them almost every single day.
Cameo.
I I don't think I knew when. I was one of those kids that was really shy but was smart. So there was sort of this like student leadership when I was young that people would tell me that I had, but I didn't necessarily feel it. And similar to Molly, there were some places along the way where I managed teams or I had responsibilities. And I don't think I knew that I was a leader until I left iTunes to go to a record label and inherited a team. And that was when I knew I was not one. And I needed real training, because what I had done as leadership at iTunes meant that if somebody came in and told me that their cat was sick, we'd both start crying and I would send them home. I didn't know how to actually deal with that. And when I got to the label, it was sort of in New York City, it was like the polar opposite of how to deal with that. And I think what it taught me was that I had some of this capacity naturally, but that for me, it was really about the style and defining that. I'd found that there were sort of this like women in this industry were either an aggressive bitch or they were a doormat. And there wasn't much in between. And so I very consciously took on that my style of leadership was based around empathy, which I don't think is the norm necessarily in the music industry. But for me, it's what felt right. It's so that I could lead and be as aggressive as I needed to be in that space, but still understand the human element of this, which is just so important, I think, to dealing with creatives, that has felt like I finally get that about myself, but not until now. There were bits and pieces along the way, but like with everything else in my career, every one of those was getting just a tiny little piece more to kind of get me to the place now where I feel much more confident in that.
Portia?
Yeah, I think leadership is one of those things that you develop over time, and I think it's also okay for that to be, for it to be a process. And I feel like we need to let people understand that you don't just wake up one morning and you're a leader. Like, you actually have to develop the skills over time. And a lot of it is learning by doing and learning by failing, you know, by having multiple failures. I mean, I ran a record label for 13 years, and I'm here to tell you, I had messed up a lot. Like, I look back and I'm like, why did I do that? That was really dumb. That was not what I should have done. But, you know, you take those and you build on them, and you come into new situations, and you have an opportunity to do better. And I mean, I like what Camia says about leading by empathy. I think that's totally true. I also think listening a lot is really important. And I also think for me, you know, I inherited a staff of 9 people, and my current goal is to help those 9 people go where they want to go. Right. I feel like that's my job, is to help them get to where they want to go, because they're all super qualified and really talented. So it's like, I want to listen to them and say, what do you want? You know, are you happy now? Great. Where do you want to be in 2 years, 5 years? You know, this is the conversation that I need to have with them. And if, you know, if they need to be somewhere else in 5 years because that's where they are going to excel, that's great too. You know, and my job is not to keep people in the exact same place for the rest of their lives. It's to help them move and grow.
Portia, I love that you said earlier about owning your failures, because that to me is really powerful, and owning it and telling people that you've failed, because it's not all perfect and rosy. And I think that's another thing that is a really important thing to tell people that are just getting into their career, is that you will fail, by the way, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Leslie, you're trying to take my number. I wrote that down. Wrote that down on my pad. I wrote that down. I'm gonna tell you why I wrote it down. I was watching a conference on YouTube, because this is what we're doing now in this virtual world. We're absorbing as much information, if not participating as much as we can. And one of the things that, and we think these things, right? We talk about them to ourselves. I don't know how many times we share our failures. It's like putting the bad picture up on Instagram. Who does that? No one really, but we should. And I do agree that we should. And it really convicted me watching this leader talk about the fact that the biggest gift that they could have been given was understanding not only were they going to fail, but what that could look like and how they could get out of it. So I just think we should just sit here for a quick second. And whoever wants to take it, my question would be, how do you begin again? How do you get up from failure? How do you even prepare for the possibility of failure?
Well, I will tell a funny story because I love this story, and it's also like good to see how the arc happens, right? So one time, this was, I don't know how many years ago, I did an interview with a woman who had gone to my grad school, and she had been in my program in my grad school. So that was like our connection. It's an anthropology program. I mean, this is like very sort of removed from music. She wanted to talk to me about payola on the radio. And I was like, okay, you have to understand, I've never worked in radio. So I'm like kind of a third party person. And she's like, I don't care. You're in the business. I want to hear about it. Right. So she shows up in my office to interview me, and she's got a hand puppet. So I gave an interview to a hand puppet. Okay. And she said, she asked me these questions and I answered my question, whatever. Anyway, 18 months later, I wake up one morning and there's a story on Billboard. In Billboard, Portia Sabin says Spotify is terrible and hates Spotify, and Spotify is the worst company in the world. And I was like, what? Turns out she had gone on sabbatical and had never posted this. And then 18 months later had posted this tiny little video of me talking to a hand puppet. And I got a phone call from Steve Savoca, who was at Spotify at the time, to tell me what a terrible thing I had done. And now, many years later, Steve Savoca is at Apple and he's on my board at Music Biz. So everything's okay. But oh my God, I wanted to die. I was like, give an interview to a hand puppet and your career is over. So
it's a great story. That's a great story. Great story. Molly, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I was thinking about a really hard time that, when my record company we had sort of made the call that it was time to shut it down, which was hard for infinite reasons, really devastating. And I was on the board of HOIM, it was the first 2 years. The first president was a person named Don Rose, who some of you might remember. And I remember calling him and saying, our label isn't going to work out. I have my own little small label still, and we're kind of working on how to maintain the catalog. And Don said something to the effect of, we don't just abandon our people when they're down. Part of what we're trying to do, and this was the very early days of HYM, was support the independent label community and to lift one another up. And that was a really meaningful, poignant moment for me, because I was so embarrassed. I was really like, this is just horrifying. I don't know how to look, to keep my head high right now. It was really incredible to have that kind of message. And I've clearly never forgotten it 15, 16 years later. And it's, I think it's really that lesson and that heartbreak of the company not working out, something I'm in touch with almost every day, because it has really kept me humble. Things can happen to all of us, and they're really hard, but there are new opportunities to recover from, and so that's something that's been really meaningful to me.
So there's been a lot of history made this weekend. I'm just gonna turn another corner. And I mean, really and truthfully, it's sad some days to me that we are still at a place where we have to celebrate women making history, period. Like, it's just some of these things, are given, but then there's so many other moments that we're absolutely celebrating. And you go, really? This is a first as a woman for this still, but here we are. This is where we are. And so I'm going to pause right now and celebrate each of you in your roles. Like, I don't know if it was historic, but I certainly can imagine that there's some level of your journey has been. And if not, from where you are right now, hey, the sky's the limit, right?
And
so kudos to
Gina.
Kudos to all
and you
of
too.
you for the journey that presidents, senior leadership, executive leadership, like founding organizations.
Where's our champagne?
Really, I do feel like a virtual toast should certainly be happening right now. But it does lead me to wonder about roles and respect. And there's a lot that we could certainly talk about when it comes to the roles that you're in, the titles that you have, the work that you're doing, and the respect that you deserve that goes right along with it. In the workplace where you are, in the organizations that you are running, how do you manage or cope or deal with or receive, the respect or lack of respect in your role? And what advice or what do you have to say? But it may not be advice, it just may be a story or something you would like to share. I would love to know and hear how you handle that. And do we still have much more to go? Like, how do you feel we're making strides? Or is there a lot of work still ahead?
There's still a ton of work ahead. Every year when the Billboard Women in Music comes out in December, I have this internal battle of being happy that there's an acknowledgement of how things have progressed and what's changed, and angry that that's even still a thing that is to be celebrated, to your point. And I think, I'm very fortunate in the role that I am now, that I feel like I have gotten to a place in my own personal development where I feel like I can command certain amounts of respect. And I'm not afraid to sort of take it when necessary, which I could not have done when I was younger. But it has come at a cost. I often sort of laughingly talk about the fact that the 25-year-old version of me would be mortified at what the over 40 version of me has accepted and been okay with over the years, right? That like when you're young and you're indignant and you would never let somebody talk to you like that or do this thing. And then in this industry, as with many industries, but in this industry, you sort of come to a reconciliation with what you're okay with. What level of that was a joke, or a million different things that we could list that you sort of have to come to terms with, so that when you fight your battles, they're more impactful. And I really hope that younger women don't deal with it nearly as much. But, even moving to Nashville for me, which now I've been in Nashville full time for more than 10 years. And I remember thinking that I had sort of seen and heard all of it. And that first time that I was called honey in a meeting was so mortifying to me, because in some ways that felt more disrespectful than almost more blatant things that had happened in my career somehow, because I had just left a position as the executive vice president of a label group, and I'm in a meeting, and it's so strange to me. But I think you have to get to a place, even if you're faking it to begin with, where you command a certain level of respect and you figure out what you're comfortable saying and doing in order to command that.
And I think I just wanted to jump in there. Well, because, it's like we have a lot of responsibility to mentor young women for sure. But I think we also have a big responsibility to mentor the young men that we work with, and who are on our staffs and who report to us, because, I've done a lot of that, where I have conversations with my staff where I say, you were on a phone call with women who are 20 years older than you, and you were interrupting them constantly. And you can't do that. That is disrespectful. You must understand, I get it that you're enthusiastic and you have something that you want to say, but they're your seniors, and you must have respect for them. You can't just talk over them. So it's important for us to have those conversations as well with the young men, because we do have, they're going to look up to us whether they want to or not, because we're the boss.
I think kind of leading off of what Cameo was saying about we have a long way to go. When I moved here 9 years ago, I was coming from a different format. I was coming from the rock format. And my first year, I was shocked at the lack of support women were getting. And I just couldn't believe it. And the fact that we're 9 years later and the numbers have actually gone down proves that there's a lot more work to be done. And so, yes, would I not like to have a Next Women of Country franchise? Probably, but right now I have to, because it's a way to expose artists with their content and touring and everything else. And I hate that we're there, but the numbers have actually gone backwards. So I feel like we have a long way to go, and we have to keep fighting this battle.
Molly, you want to add anything there?
No, I think those are all such astute observations, and I do think that the example we set for all genders, in our community is really important. And I think about that, that there is like probably a charged responsibility, maybe an extra burden of trying to be perfect and trying to aspire for never making a mistake, and never losing your cool. There's the extra things that we probably don't forgive ourselves for when we make mistakes, in the day to day. That I'm trying to really be a little bit more generous with myself about those things, and try to not repeat them. That's my main goal is, mistakes are fine, but let's try not to do the same one over and over again.
Okay. So there's a lot going on around social justice right now. I think that every day I'm having a conversation about diversity, inclusion, equity, equality, almost to every part of where I'm connected. I don't know that we can escape it right now. So let's deal with it a little bit. What are you doing, whether it's personally, part of a company or organization, that brings awareness or creates advocates or brings just action to the changes or some level of change that we should be seeing right now around the subject diversity and inclusion? Camille, you want to start?
Yeah. It's gonna sound like a laundry list, because I think at my core, I don't know what all to do, right? And I think that was made very clear to me earlier this year, as it was for a lot of people, when we all got focused in the same moment on the same thing that was happening, and the impact that George Floyd made. And I felt like I was somebody who always thought about and fought for this, and then realized that I was not active in that fight at all, and that there was way more that I could do that would be more active. And so you and Leslie and I are all part of Nashville Music Equality, which is incredibly important. And I think we had a moment in time where we put something together for the industry to be able to reflect on that moment and Blackout Tuesday that came out of that. And it's something that I'm really proud of. But I think the most impactful thing for me was both starting a diversity and inclusion team within my own company, and just being really reflective and doing work that is super uncomfortable and hard for me, thinking that I was a progressive person, and then reading some books and watching some films, and even simple things like following different people on social media to realize how much of a bubble I was living in, thinking that everything was fine, because from my position of privilege, I could think that. And that has been really impactful and will be something I'm working on for the rest of my life. But it is much more of a focus for me than it has been.
I would agree. And I think, Gina, you've been such a great help with Nashville Music Equality. I'm still learning. I know that I work for a company, Viacom, that they walk the walk and talk the talk all the time. And I know that I've been getting involved with some of the things we're doing internally. But also, when they send out resources, I'm like paying attention. I'm doing what Cameo said she's doing. I'm attending panels and reading books and watching documentaries, and it's been life-changing, quite honestly. And I get more personal satisfaction out of what we're doing sometimes with Nashville Music Equality than most other things that I'm doing. The other thing that, because we started this thing called Equal Play at the beginning of the year at CMT, where our video hours are all 50-50. And we're now making sure that there's equality in that mix as well. And I'm really proud of that. But there's still so much more to do.
Molly, you want to add anything, or Portia?
Yeah, it's been wonderful to be part of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee at Music Biz with Cameo and Portia and a number of others in on the Music Biz board. And at Downtown Music Holdings, our company, Songtrust is part of the downtown group of companies. We've been doing company-wide trainings on a number of topics around allyship and identity and other things that having sort of started when I went to college, I was studying these sorts of things, and I like maybe like you said, Cameo, sort of felt like I had been working on a number of these things for as long as I could remember. But there's still more to learn. There's new ways of thinking. I've definitely expanded the acknowledgement of my own position and privilege in my life, and how that is affects my day to day. And we're really looking at it a lot in terms of our team, our executive team, the whole journey of the career path at our company, what our internship funnels are, what the recruiting practices are, expanding those actively. I mean, it's really, I think, transformative for our company, and I think for our industry. I think it's time that we all really invest in it, and I think the industry will see the value and the results of that work. We have a diversity is omnipresent in music, but it's not balanced. And feeling like there's a real active concerted effort across the industry and across the world right now is really feels very gratifying, but only the beginning. Definitely lots of work to do.
Portia?
I think prioritizing diversity in the workplace and on your, like, for example, we're a nonprofit, so we're run by a board, and thank goodness I have Cameo and Molly on my DEI committee to help us plan, but we're doing a lot of recruitment to the board, and we have a plan for, the next few years. We're gonna, as people cycle off, we'll have board elections, but we're creating a diverse pool so that we can diversify our board very actively, and I feel like I'm also learning by example, looking around at what other industries are doing and what other folks in our industry are doing. I don't know if you guys saw the little hour-long documentary on the making of The Mandalorian, which, it's a Disney show, it's a Star Wars show, and my husband's really into Star Wars, so we were watching it, and I wasn't thinking about it. And they actually recruited 7 directors, 2 women, 2 men of color, and they did it deliberately. And then they had them all share the directorial chores for the whole season of The Mandalorian. And I was like, that's how you do it, people. You just do it, and I feel like that's such a lesson for all of us in this industry, especially those of us who are in positions where we have hiring power. You do it. You don't talk about it. You do it. So, that's a huge thing for me to think about in my day-to-day life, that I have the power to do something to make change. So let's do it.
I heard someone say earlier today, is the apprehension that people are worried about losing their jobs? Are men afraid that this moment in time is going to cost them what they've worked so hard to create? I also, I was thinking about that, and I thought, well, there's also an expansion of this table. I mean, there's seats, right? There's seats around the table for sure. No, I don't know that anyone has to necessarily give up their seat. I think there has to be some restructuring and reimagining of how you just expand the table. And that means just bringing more seats to it. So I wonder, is that part of what's happening for those who are still lacking in being as progressive as we know that they have the power to be, even with women? I mean, what do we say about not just the development of and the creation of more seats, but what does succession look like? Like, how do we deal with these type of things right now in our industries.
I love that image. I've not heard that before, the sort of adding the extender to the table, and not just adding.
I mean, it's Thanksgiving is around the corner, Molly. There's a leaf in everyone's closet, right?
But it's really poignant, I think, to think about, let's add more seats, not just replace a seat. And that is a different fundamental way of thinking, that it took an amazing Black woman maybe to make that suggestion for us all to hear. And that's, I think where, if we don't have conversations that include all experiences and all perspectives, we lose. That's the bottom line.
Well, I think even in that conversation, for me personally, it was a thing of, I don't want to take anyone's seat. Let me say that I don't want to take anyone's space, and I certainly don't want something just given to me, for sure. But that's another panel for another day.
Yep.
One of the things I've been seeing happening a lot in our industry, sort of across all the different companies, is that when someone, like this just happened last week, someone retires and then 2 people are hired for the job.
Yeah.
There have been these sort of team heads, and I love that. I'm seeing that all over the place. Spotify has that in place. A bunch of labels have that in place. Like that's a really exciting model, because I think that brings us, it helps us understand that a diversity of perspectives is critical to the process, and it's sort of a beautiful thing. And really, I don't remember that 20 years ago. I don't remember 20 years ago, the idea of a team of team heads.
I've seen it quite a bit actually in R&B for sure, and gospel. I think Motown also right now, their inspirational division has co-executive leadership. So I've seen it a few times for sure, but it's certainly not the norm or the standard per se. So,
Gina, I think, Gina, you need to start a Room at the Table podcast.
Yeah.
There's a room at the table. People should not feel threatened. It should be an opportunity.
No, it should be an opportunity.
I do think that there is an element of that, Gina, that is unconscious, right? Like white men in leadership in certain industries are being one of them. There's just sort of probably an unconscious need to preserve your place and to be the person who's in leadership because it's always been that way. So even if they're not consciously thinking that you would take their place at the table, there's this little reptile part of the brain that probably doesn't want to expand the table or isn't thinking about it that way, right? And so we have to continue fighting for all of that to happen around us. And I feel like, this is where I will wave the flag. I feel like so much of this work right now, at least where I see from my vantage point, is being driven by women.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna say you brought up the word unconscious. So and I know I'm supposed to be asking you all the questions, but my little ask for everyone watching would be to find some unconscious bias training, whether it's done live, whether it's done virtually, whether you just go to YouTube and do a simple search, find some, take heed to the suggestions, see what you can learn and take from what you've heard, because typically my sentiment is that a lot of what we're dealing with when it comes down to this work of change and transformation, social justice, diversity, equity, any of it, all of it, making room for someone else who especially doesn't have your experience or doesn't look like you. People who don't identify, that's natural to not identify with something you haven't experienced. That is human, I think. But what happens is, we look at, Camille, you were so eloquent when you opened this up with your opening statement about it. If we look at all of these things as extraordinary because they haven't happened to you or anyone that you know, I think it's hard to recognize where the blind spots are for you a lot of times, right? So just for an example, for someone who's saying, well, I'm not racist, no one in my family's racist, my community's not racist, because Charlottesville was racist, right? The people charging down the streets in Virginia, those were acts of racism that someone who would not know that they were racist could identify and say, but I'm not that, right? And so then we look at a whole list of things. So you have Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, you've got Sandra Bland, all these incidents are for people to look at and say, well, this is not what I'm doing. This is not what people I know are doing. We aren't part of this problem. So surely we are not racist, right? But the unconscious bias and the implicit things that happen day to day in corporate America and in our organizations and in our companies and in our grocery stores and gas stations are the things that we need most recognized right away, I think. I think that it's very difficult for people to see what CNN, MSNBC, what the news is portraying as the worst of America and not see, it's easy to not see yourself in that. But how you see yourself in, will you invite other people to the table and how you feel about the seats being added and someone going to the closet to grab the extender to make the table longer or wider is the question you should be able to answer. And so that's my little slide in on that for us who are here assembled today.
I love it.
Great.
So speaking of questions, here's my next question. What question, let me see how I'm going to phrase this. What question do we have for the music industry, or what statement do we think the music industry should be making 12 months from now? What question do you have for the industry, or what do you see? What do you think we should see differently now in 12 months?
I am sort of a broken record on a couple topics. Sorry, Cameo and Portia, but I really do think that it's important for our industry to come clean with where we are, what our numbers are, what our balances and imbalances are on every dimension of diversity. So, all race, ethnicity, gender, every sort of everything that that can qualify and we can understand about where we are. That I would love to see that in a year. At least this is where we are. And maybe
so what does that look like, Molly? Like, is that a website with all the data and metrics upload? Is that a big book? What does that look like? Something tangible?
Yes.
Because okay, well, hey, I'm asking because I'm your girl. Like, we can figure out how to get this thing started, to get this information centralized.
Yeah, I think it's a commitment from companies and it's work, and there needs to be some coordinated effort, obviously, and it's not easy, but there are models and there are examples that are happening that we can get some inspiration from. But I also think that then we as an industry commit to some measurable improvement over the next, in the 5, 10, 15, however long it takes to get more balance and in the industry. And I think that is what I would love to see, some progress on that. And I'll do the work too. I'm there.
Okay, well, I'm here for the measurable accountability. And we have to. I think we can't be afraid of that, because how will we know how much progress, your word, how much progress have we made if we don't know, one, where we started from? So I think it also involves, so for everyone who doesn't have those metrics right now, the simple look around works, right? If you can just look around where you are and be honest, because you said honesty, you said just come clean about where we all are and figure out how to start from where you are. Anyone else want to add something to that?
Well, it almost, Molly, it almost sounds like, like an Annenberg study, how they did the Annenberg study for film and TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Radio, and it is out there for everyone to see. And I really feel like that's a really amazing start, honestly. Where are we?
Where are we?
Yep.
A
And really, truly acknowledging it. This is an industry that makes a lot of money and always has on the backs of cultures that we then do not support and give resources to from an industry infrastructure perspective, right? And I think there's a lot of feeling that is self-imposed, right? That I work in this genre and I look and feel like this and I have put myself in this place, and it's just not true. We're just not honest about that, and where we build dynasties off of cultures that we then don't support.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to go here because I don't want us to run out of time. It's so much to talk. Can we do this a whole nother extra hour? So much I want to ask, like so much.
We'll do a part 2.
We have to do a part 2. If nothing else, we'll just get on Zoom ourselves and do it if they don't, if no one else wants to hear the part 2. I have to say, I'm a mom of 2 sons. And I was invited to speak to a young women's circle. These were young women who were coming into the music industry. I guess it was a mentor circle. And let me just tell you what happened. And then this is going to set us up. All the young ladies went around the room. Some were, different places, artists, writers, wherever they were. And we were there. There were a few of us executives there who were there to, provide some hope and inspiration and encouragement. And I literally started the circle and we went around and we got halfway around the circle and the young lady introduced her name and she immediately went into tears. And I thought, oh my gosh, what is happening here? Boy, it's been a tough journey, but no, let me tell you, she said she has children and she has a husband and she wants to be an artist. And she just said that none of that was difficult for her except being a mom. Being a wife was easy. So far, she's getting, opportunities to be an artist that she never could have dreamed of. But she said that she finds so far, the most difficult part of these steps for her was that she was a mother. And let me tell you how it convicted me. During my introduction, I never once said that I was a mother. And so I literally interrupted and said, y'all know, Cameo and Leslie know I would do a good interrupt. I interrupted and I said, I need to introduce myself again. And I started my introduction over and talked about being a mom. So the second thing that happened is going to lead us to this conversation, part of a conversation with other executives, very established, and one of them created this path of conversation about being committed to her family first, family first, family first. Nothing came in the way of going to children's games, going to, do date night with husband, all these different things. If it was work related, she canceled her calendar, and made time for family. I, on that panel, ended up saying that wasn't my story. I missed a lot of things. I missed a lot of things when it came to both of myself. I wasn't at every football game. I wasn't at every basketball game. I didn't go to every band concert. And I made a choice though. I made the choice to do that. And it's interesting, the choices that we make. And even more so, I will put this out here that during that time, my beginning of the industry, I was married. Somewhere along the way, became divorced. And so I felt that I had to say that to them in a way that, none of this you plan for. You don't plan to be that person. But the thing about when I walked into the industry that I knew that I didn't have the luxury of doing, and these were unwritten rules. No one told me this. No one made me feel I couldn't divulge that I was a mom and I had a sick kid at home and couldn't go on the road. These were standards that somewhere along the way I set for myself. Somewhere I said, I don't want them to think that I won't be present and I can't do the work and I've got a list of those things. I have a list of the things that I told myself that someone was going to think about what I was bringing to the table and what I was, how I would be negligent in my work if they knew that I had these other responsibilities. Now, fast forward 17 years later, I am encouraging my team as much as I can to really take that family first approach. And for those that don't have families, create some time for social life. Like you won't have a family if you're so committed to work more than you are developing relationships with people who are not working, who are not part of your work. So my question is, how do we get there? How do we help young emerging or entering this industry, young people understand the balance between work and life? And is it still a thing? And is it acceptable? Like I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Like I don't know that it's acceptable yet, but how do we encourage them? What is your discipline? Like how do you get it out of your own life? And I know now that we're in the pandemic is a little different. We and maybe not. There's also some thought that all of us are working harder and harder at home than we ever were in the office in our physical locations outside of the home. So tackle any of that you feel is necessary for someone coming into this to know and to understand, as they are going to have to figure out how to either balance it all out, or is there a give up?
Well, I would say, Gina, that I have kicked people out of the office. I have told people, you need to leave now. You need to take some time. Is next week good for you? Is the week after that? But you need time and you need to go. Just like get out.
I'm gonna be honest. I had to grow to that. I literally had to grow to that. I think my team now probably appreciates me more than they may have some time ago, because I really, they're taking vacation now, and even last year. And I'm not disturbing anyone on vacation. Now, I wasn't always that person, Leslie. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna test it out and see. Let me send this little text and see if I can get this one piece of information. But truthfully, I'm really working hard to be better. To be better. And when I do send those emails at 3 a.m., I usually put the little asterisk and say, I'm not expecting you to comment. I'm having insomnia and I can't sleep, so I'm working, but don't answer this, or I've told them beforehand, but it's a real thing. And I'm hearing other stories I'm laughing a little bit about it, but I do hear very scary stories from some of my friends who work in other industries. And I know those same stories are happening in our industry in different capacities. So what are the tools, Leslie? I know you're having fun.
Well, it's funny because I'm not a mom, but I think it's been ingrained in women for years. I mean, it's societal. Look at movies. You in movies and it's still like the woman who's got a family is like, oh, she's not going to be available. It's just been put out there. Talk about bias. It's insane.
Well, let's say this, not even being a mom, being a girlfriend, being a wife, being, whoever you are, if it's something that includes family and loved ones, that still has to find, you still have to find a way to balance out the time to spend and make those moments significant.
Well, listen, I go back to when I was in my 20s, and I have so many regrets because to me, it was like tunnel vision, career. And I remember I didn't take vacation days. I didn't keep up with my friends. I didn't keep up with my family. And looking back, it was a real mistake. Now, I'm still not a balanced person. I still struggle with that every day. But looking back, that was something that was really dangerous. And I do tell people, you've got to take time for your family, your loved ones, your friends, because, in a blink of an eye, like 20 years goes by. So I honestly look back on that and try to share that with people that I mentor today, that it's important to take that time. It's funny, when I moved to Nashville too, I didn't realize the whole Nashville thing that, you don't email people after 6 p.m. You don't email people on the weekends. And I came from radio, right? Cameo, where it's 24/7. And even now on the weekends when I'm working, I have to put everything in a draft because I don't want to email anybody, because you get no emails on the weekend. It's still a struggle to this day.
So let me switch on the balance question, because there's another type of balance that I think that we can help someone. The balance of where you work versus where you want to be. And that could be as an entrepreneur, building something alongside your day job. I don't know if any of you have that experience, but or starting something and needing to work somewhere else to fund your dream, to do something else. What one piece of advice would you give to the person who's watching, who's in that position?
We had a great panel not that long ago with a manager who said, be the CEO of nothing. Even if you've got, you got nothing, so you're the CEO of nothing. Like that's your job. Like you have an entrepreneurial idea, just own it and declare that for yourself. Like, I'm the CEO of, me corporation, whatever the heck it is. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll get there. And I think that that's such good advice because, as everyone in this room, I'm sure knows, there's a huge difference between being the boss and being an employee. And it's actually really kind of scary how different it is, because your perspective completely changes when you're the boss. You look at everything completely differently. And it's weird because you're like, but we're in the same room, we should be friends, but you guys are looking at me and I'm like the bad man, like I'm the big bad guy. And it, like, it's hurtful, you're like, oh, I don't want to be seen this way. But then, over time you can kind of get with program. But I think if everybody is the CEO of their own thing, it helps because it puts you in that position of, okay, I am the responsible person. I am the person who's in charge, right? Even if I have a day job where I am an employee, right? I think that does help because you can sort of get both perspectives.
So I love that because it makes me even feel like, we should be empowering really everyone wherever they are to just be the entrepreneur and CEO of where they are right now.
Exactly.
Well, and especially if that's the focus where you then don't have balance, right, between your work life, that feels more like you're building something for yourself. Because I'm challenged by the dichotomy for women where how do you tell a young woman to have balance and to own it, right? Because my advice always is, if you don't carve that out and don't take your vacation days, nobody else is going to come behind you and tell you need to do that, with rare exceptions, right? Portia being one of those. But at the same time, we also tell women, and we are taught from a young age in every industry pretty much, that we're going to have to work twice as hard to prove that we deserve a seat at that table, right? And so how then do we figure out how to mentor young people into thinking that, women in particular, that that's okay? I like the idea of, if you're going to work twice as hard, that it's for something that you're going to own at some point. I love that narrative. I don't think I would have listened to that advice when I was young because I didn't ever see myself being entrepreneurial, even though along the way, things I was doing actually were entrepreneurial. I didn't think of it that way. So I think we have to also sort of battle that conversation with young women.
Do we want to touch on sexism a little bit? I think we shall. Yep, I'm answering the question. We shall.
Are we going to end on sexism? We're going to end this lovely panel with sexism.
I mean, I think just one person should just speak to an experience or advice how to deal with it, because it's present. It's present and prevalent. I think we can't be a panel of women who are empowering other women without just making mention of it in a small way.
Part of the reason that I started Digital Divas when I got to Nashville was because I felt like I didn't have anybody to tell when I had bad experiences. And part of what we were trying to do was create a safe space to know that even if you couldn't deal with it or fight back, that you were not alone in that moment. I was told when I was 24, 25 years old, that the reason I did not get a promotion was because I didn't have a penis. Literally told me if I had a dick, I could have argued harder. And I did not know what to say. Now, of course, I have 75 comebacks for that. But in the moment, I was so scared and horrified and shocked that it was said that blatantly that I turned around and I walked out and I burst into tears and had no idea what to do, and was in a position where I either had to I would love to have been super indignant and gone back and quit my job, but there was not another job in that industry for me in this small town that I was in. So my choice was either I pay my rent and I suck it up and I keep going, knowing that my boss felt this way, or I walk out and feel very, gratified that I've taken the high road and have no rent to pay. So it's something that was very formative for me as a person. I wish that it was the thing that I would never do again and had never gone back and felt like that again. There were plenty of times I felt like that, but that was the most obvious one to me that made me really think about there needing to always be a space where women know that they're not the only one that's dealt with that, and probably in any industry.
Right. Okay. So creating community is what you basically did with Digital Divas. So I'm just gonna go around the room for everyone else. And maybe before I do that, Camille, if you want to even add, I would love for this question, since you started with that, to be what community, what place, whether it's a resource that has been something that you have been able to utilize, or maybe it's your own organization, or maybe it's something you're part of that you can share with everyone watching. Maybe you just want to tell us, the handles that we can go to find more information about where you work, whatever you want to share related to community, and that those women that are watching could be a part of said community. I would love for that to be one thing that we end on. So Camille, give us, a handle or where we can find you and maybe Digital Divas and whatever.
Yeah, Digital Divas Nashville, especially now in COVID times, it's not Nashville centric. We do a lot of Zoom things, but it is primarily for networking with other women and for sharing and mentoring so that you have a space to talk about things. I did not have a single female boss in my career. And there was something about that I felt like I could not explain things, and stuffed it all down, and found that my girlfriends were good outlets for that, but they didn't understand the nuances of this industry. So I think there are a lot of resources and communities that you can join. That's one for me that, I'm quite proud of.
Okay. Portia, you have one you want to share?
In terms of resources, I think Women in Music, who are sponsoring this panel, are really terrific. They're a national organization, and you certainly are going to find people at all levels throughout that whole, people who are just entry level, first time on, job in the music industry, to executives, which is great. So it's a good community, and you're going to get a good range of people to talk to. I don't really know what to say about sexism, because I feel like that's like, let's talk about air, right? Like, it exists. You have to deal with it. It's all around us. It's part of our culture. It's like racism. It's, and it's going to affect different people at different times. I think the thing that's upsetting about all forms of oppression and injustice, sexism, racism, etc., is that it sneaks up on you and you don't know it. It's going to happen. Like, you can be happily the president of a company and feeling like, wow, I'm really old and I'm pretty in control and everything's cool. And you can turn around one day and someone can just say something to you and it just smacks you in the face and it puts you in that terrible place in your emotions, just like it did the first time. That's the power of these cultural oppressions, right? And I think that's the part that we have to try to help each other through, is just, it's not you, there's nothing wrong with you. It does hurt and it does feel terrible. The one thing that gives me hope about this is, over the years, I feel like the people I've run into in this industry who have been sexist to me, their businesses don't do as well. And they go away over time. You can watch it, or they change. Mm-hmm. I've also seen businesses change, where they have to, because that's not a workable model. They can't retain good people. And I'm here to tell you, it's just like bands of 5 white guys. Like, there have been some great bands of 5 white guys, but we're done already. Okay, enough with the 5 white guys. And I think that's obvious. Look at the popular bands, certainly in the indie world. It's nothing but awesome young women and gay people, transgender people. It's like we have a diverse world, and I think we're better for it.
Okay. Leslie, you want to share an organization?
Sure.
Community for you?
I tell a lot of young women who want to be involved or want to join panels where they can learn. I tell them about Digital Divas, and Cameo and Amanda have done an amazing job this year. I've learned a lot from some of the panels they've done recently. Women in Music, She is the Music, and Tracy Gershon and Beverly Keel and I started Change the Conversation in 2013. And, before COVID, we were doing a lot of panels and they were educational. It was everything to help female artists and young females that are in the industry. And we heard so many horror stories from women, especially artists, of things that program directors would say to them, or music directors, or their own label. And there's not who are they going to go to? There's no HR that they can go to. So we really started it for that, where it could be a safe space. And again, some of the things that we heard, and it still goes on today. And we're really trying to help a lot of the young women and young artists that are in the industry. So we're on all socials. It's Change the Convo.
Okay, thank you. Molly?
I'm definitely missing the industry in real life moments right now, where I'd probably have a chance to get together with most of you and have that real social time that, I think our industry has given a lot of women as we've, been developing through our careers. And this is more acute tonight than ever. But one of the organizations that's helped me personally was a program I did through an organization called the Impact Center out of Washington, D.C. And it gave me a chance to do some deep sort of personal development, career development work with a cohort of 24 other women of all different industries. And that exposure, with some of them were doctors, one was a PhD from Johns Hopkins with an MD, hedge fund managers, people in political life. And it was tremendous to hear all of the same challenges and frustrations and fears and successes that we had in common. I'll send the link around so we can share that to the panel attendees. Because I think for people, there were people probably in the earliest part of their career, maybe their late 20s, early 30s, and then well into 40s and 50s. And I think, or any journey in your career. And I think that's something to hold on to for all of us, is that, there's always work to do and always development to do, no matter what stage you're in.
4 minutes, last question, and then we're going to close out. What advice would you give to your younger self, or what wisdom do you just want to share in general? Or what can we look for from you or your organization in the future? Last question. Pick one. Cameo, you're thinking. Let's go.
It's tough. I've been given a lot of great advice over the years, and I think probably the most impactful thing that I could tell somebody else, it was the most impactful thing for me, was just that it is okay to be yourself in whatever that looks like. And it sounds simple, but that's not easy when you're young and you don't know how to express yourself, have confidence, some of these other things that we've talked about. And just figuring out what that looks like for yourself is really important.
Question?
Sorry, my kid was yelling in the background, so I had to mute. I don't know. I feel like I choose different things on different days as my piece of advice, but I feel like today my piece of advice is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Try things, even if you're not totally sure that you're right, or that you're going to get it right or perfect, or you're, beforehand the exact outcome. I think trying and making an effort and taking an opportunity, even if it's not exactly fitting in with your, preconceived notion of how things were going to go in your life, is really critical, because I've heard just way too many people who overthink everything about their future and say, well, I can't even take a step because that step might be wrong. And I'm like, okay, well, then you might just want to look into nunnery, monastery life. Try something that doesn't involve going outdoors. You have to make an effort. You have to put yourself out there, because that's the other thing, is nobody is ever gonna help you if you don't put yourself out there to be helped.
I like that. I always say, put yourself in the way. Leslie.
I had learned early on from an old boss about not being defined by any one thing or be defined by your job. And I really learned that lesson. The radio station I talked about earlier, where I was there for 17 years, well, a company took it over in the final year that I was there, and they didn't renew my contract and 5 other people. And instead of being, devastated, I decided I wasn't going to be defined by this one radio station. And the thing that I did that really helped me was I took the focus off of myself and focused on the other people that were displaced and tried to help and find them jobs. And when I did that, 3 months later, I got an amazing job. And it was from me not focusing on myself. But I think it would be not to be defined by any one thing.
Molly?
I'm so inspired by all of your thoughts, and it's kind of what I was saying earlier. I mean, just keep pushing yourself to learn more. Keep your mind open. Listen. Change your mind when you realize maybe you didn't know everything that you thought you did when you were 25. And 25 years later, you might realize you know a lot more, and acknowledge that, and maybe be open for that. Be open to all of those realities.
The openness is so important. Think about what this industry looked like when we all started. You know, every job I've had for 20 years didn't exist before I took it, because the industry has changed so much. And it's such an important point, Molly.
That's a great point. All of these points have been great. And I hope that everyone's watching has enjoyed every word from every woman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Women in Music.
Thank you, Gina.
You did a great job.
Thank you, Gina.
It's my pleasure.
Awesome.
My pleasure. Absolutely. So thank you, Women in Music. We appreciate you for sponsoring this panel. And to these leading ladies in the music industry, I say thank you, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Nice.
Thank you.
From that city where it never sleeps at night.
Hello, Music Industry Sessions. This is Nick Gordon. I'm Chief Client Officer of Symphonic and have the great pleasure of being moderator of this panel of esteemed guests. We're going to have everybody introduce themselves, but I'll first start with a bit of an introduction to what this panel is. So we're at an unprecedented time in music distribution. You know, at no time since the advent of recorded music, really in the beginning stages of the 20th century, have there been so many consumer musical formats that have all been active at the same time. So people are still buying CDs, they're buying cassettes, they're buying vinyl, they're downloading music, they're streaming music from streaming sites like Spotify and Apple, they're listening to internet radio on Pandora, they're also interacting with music on Instagram stories and TikTok, and there's just so many ways in which music is being sold directly to consumers legally, and it seems like each year there's a new model that pops up. I don't think anybody saw TikTok a year and a half ago doing quite what it is now, and while it's still not monetized, it's certainly creating a lot of exciting levers for music to sell at the other sites. We all saw what that Fleetwood Mac video did that took a track that had been out since the 70s and skyrocketed it to back into the Billboard charts just based on a dude riding a skateboard riding down the street singing some Stevie Nicks, or is that Christine McVie? And Stevie Nicks, we'll go Stevie Nicks. So this panel is to discuss how that music gets where it's going, and that's through music distribution. And this panel is made up of artists and managers and label owners who not only do what they do musically, but also have lots of other side jobs in the music business and various experiences that we thought would make them all great panelists. And the goal for everyone listening is to demystify the different types of distributors there are out there and help you make a decision as to when it's time to move from one segment of distributor to another. So the segments of distributors that we're going to talk about are broken out in 3 buckets. There are the self-service distributors. Those are ones like TuneCore and DistroKid and Label Engine. There's the major label-owned distributors, and those are ones like Ingrooves and ADA and The Orchard. And independent distributors, and those are ones like Symphonic and Secretly Canadian and Empire and Ditto. And one thing I wanted to say, that while Symphonic is the company who's hosting this panel, frankly speaking, every distributor that we're going to talk about today is all a quality company run by quality and experienced people. And this is a very good time for artists and labels. You have a lot of choices, and you have choices of a lot of really great companies run by great music people. So that's a wonderful thing to say, and that is not historically accurate as far as talking about music distributors in the history of the business. Very traditionally, in the business decades ago, talking about 20 distributors and recommending them all, even having one distributor talking very nicely about the competitors was unlikely. So this is a great time in the music business. People have great options. Artists and labels know they're going to get paid, they're going to get treated fairly, and it's really just about choosing which distributor option or bucket is right for them. So we're going to try to not specifically talk about companies, but rather about buckets of distributors, whether they be self-service, major label-owned, or independent distributors, just as option buckets for you. Anyway, so let's go around the table, as it were, and introduce ourselves. Once again, I'm Nick Gordon from Symphonic, and let's start with Jesse.
Hi, my name is Jesse Breda. I live in Austin, Texas. I run a record label called Gravitas Recordings, primarily sort of focused on what we call, world-based music, psychedelic-based music, Burning Man-inspired music. I also manage some artists. I have managed previously Closey and a band called Beats Antique. I currently manage a group called Desert Dwellers. So I've been kind of on all sides. And I also run a web design agency called Lionshare Digital. And I have been a client of Symphonic since 2011. We're coming up on our 10th year as the label. We've had over 150 releases, albums, EPs, and compilations. And Symphonic's been great for us, and I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Awesome. And to you, Limbo.
Hi, I'm Limbo. I'm a singer, songwriter, producer, sound engineer, cat girl who lives in LA, and I've been doing this for probably about 7 years now, And I was working as just completely independent, self-service distributor, everything. And then just this year, I signed with Symphonic, and we've just been working as a team to put out new stuff and talk about the future of my brand and my project as a whole. And it's been really incredible to work with a team finally, rather than just go through my own brain about what I should do with my music and what the next plan is. So I'm really excited for what's to come with Symphonic, and I'm honored to be here, of course.
Awesome. And let's move over to Anna.
Hi, my name is Anna Yvette. I'm a producer, singer, songwriter from New York. And yeah, I've like produced from anyone from like Machine Gun Kelly to Cheryl Cole. I really work in a lot, mainly like EDM. So I've worked with tons of labels, Monster Cat, Armada, NCS, you name it. And I've started to venture out into the independent world for my own music. And that's how I discovered Symphonic. I started a collective, an artist collective that would not only help each other promote our music, but also help each other with resources as far as like legal stuff, playlisting. And in our journey to try and find what was the best move for our community, we discovered Symphonic, and we struck up a really great relationship. So now not only do I work with Symphonic, but a lot of people in my collective choose to release with Symphonic just because of all the wonderful things and wonderful people that work there. So I'm very grateful to be on this panel today, speaking about all the different ways that you can release music independently with a label. And yeah, happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And moving on over to Ace.
What's good? What's good, everybody? Call me Ace, independent hip hop artist, currently in Oakland. Been doing this. I mean, I've been rapping since a young one, but only 4 years ago was I decided to just do this 100% independently, while juggling a full-time job, which is also fun. But yeah, so just as far as like how I even had experience with a distributor, you know, it was just like, okay, well, I need to get my music out there. And how does one do that? So it was a lot of Google search. You know, there was some information about like, oh, you should use, you know, this kind of self-service model because they're, you know, that's like the route that a lot of indie hip hop artists used. And so, you know, I have experience with self-service, but then over time, when I started to realize, okay, these are the kind of factors that would actually make me want to work with a distributor. These are the different financial models that are out there. It's not just a one size fits all. It really had me start testing different waters. And so now I'm primarily, you know, in the independent distributor route, and can talk about both of those sides for sure.
Nice. Thank you. And now over to Kevin.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Super honored to be here. Nice to meet all of you. I've been playing music professionally for probably about 10 years. Kind of started in San Diego. Played my first gigs there. I grew up in Hawaii, and music was always a big part of the culture in Hawaii. So ukulele was my first instrument. Then I went into guitar, and I started playing bass in a reggae band, and eventually linked up with Stick Figure, who I'm currently playing with right now. And we started our first tour in 2012. And have been touring nationally since 2012, and then internationally about 3 years ago. And a couple years ago, I launched K-Bong, which is kind of my solo project. So I'm simultaneously doing both. And it's super exciting. I love being able to be an independent artist and learning more and more about kind of the business side of things, the distribution side of things, marketing things, as well as being creative on this side and writing the music and continuing to learn how to become a better performer, a better songwriter, and stuff like that. It's just exciting to be able to have that opportunity to learn all of that and just push my brand forward. So I'm excited to be here. It's nice to meet all of you.
Awesome. We've got a really great and varied group of people here today, and that's really exciting. So I'm going to assume that a lot of our audience are artists that are in varying stages of their career, many of which are just starting out and are looking for information as to how to even choose where to begin with distribution. So I'd love for everybody to just go around the room and talk about how you decided on the first distribution company you used or first distribution method, and how you came to that conclusion. And then maybe talk about just a couple things that you learned from that, whether you made the right decision or you wish you had known X or Y, and kind of what led you to where you're at today. And let's start in reverse order. We'll start with you, Kevin.
That's a great question. I want to say kind of same with Ace. Like I might have just Google searched it at that time. Maybe I had a recommendation from a friend. So the first digital distributor that I ever went with was TuneCore, and I like I said, it might have been a Google search or something like that. But I kind of had gone into it. They had sort of like, I think it was like one price you pay, and then they'll take care of you from there, and whatever. And as I started utilizing the platform, I was like, okay, this is okay. But as I started getting more music and stuff, I realized it was very hard to get through to like a real like kind of customer service side of things. And so that was my first experience, but I don't know if I want to continue talking more about that but
yeah, no, I'll definitely jump on what you said. I mean, my first goal was just, I got an album that I think I got a couple people that want to stream it. How do I get it onto these streaming platforms? Figured out a little company that could get it on these streaming platforms, and at that time, that was the goal. And once I was like, okay, well, then what? What happens next? I'm indie everything, doing, wearing all the hats, doing the marketing, doing this and that. And then realizing like, okay, wait, there's more than one. There's more than one distributor out there. They offer different things. And dang, there's a lot of other artists that are doing the same exact thing that I'm doing. So what really would even constitute any kind of like relationship outside of like a customer bot? But then when I started realizing that like other distributors do offer that kind of thing, I was like, oh wait, so then this company doesn't offer it at all, and then I was like, oh snap, like maybe I should like do a bit more research, right? So, to Kevin's point, I was like, okay, I got the first goal, and I answered that first question, but then more questions started coming up that needed answers. And some of these customer support emails don't answer those questions as fast as others. So.
Awesome. And let's move on over to you, Anna. Same question.
So, I've really had a unique experience because originally when I started making music, I was in bands. So I was in punk bands, and we would, just kind of use like CD Baby, but it was more about the shows. So we didn't really care so much about streaming. And then as I moved on to becoming a producer, I got thrown into like the major label world, which they own your master. You get paid out, you get an advance, and you just like are like, I hope I get some publishing money, like it's not, and you're just kind of going like track by track. And then as I graduated into the EDM world and Spotify became more popular, it became, I love working with labels that pay me monthly, because now it helps me as an artist, as an independent artist, pay my bills. I have a monthly check coming in, which was incredible. And then I was like, great, well, I'm only giving up 50% of my master. So I'm getting paid on the master side, and I'm also getting to keep my publishing, which was wonderful. And somebody else is doing my monthly accounting. But at the same time, I was like, all right, well, I have songs that maybe don't fit with a label. What do I do? So of course, like everyone else, I Googled, where can I release my music? And I just kind of felt like CD Baby maybe wasn't like the right option, because now I'm in a different realm. And I started releasing with TuneCore, and like everyone figures out, it's a big company and a lot of people are releasing. And when you have an issue, they do respond, but perhaps not always in a timely fashion, especially when things are tagged incorrectly, and it needs to be fixed like immediately. Because as we all know, with Spotify and playlisting and Apple Music, if something's not tagged correctly on release day, you lose all of that momentum. So a couple of my friends, when they were self-releasing, they had suggested like, oh, you should really look into other distributors that they take a percentage and they offer you these services. And I was like, wait, they offer you like services? Like, what do you mean? And a lot of distributors now will offer playlisting, marketing. They'll say, hey, your artwork needs to be this size for this, do you know what I mean? Like they'll go over all of these things that as an artist, we don't really know, like we have our music, we have like our art and our vibe, and then they kind of add this extra layer of help. So I feel like, you know, as I started self-releasing more and learning more about how to successfully self-release, that's when I got guided towards Symphonic, just because of all of the things that I knew I needed as an independent artist, but didn't realize were available to me. Because there, you know, I only knew about TuneCore or DistroKid or something that's just sort of like upload your stuff and see how it does, you know? So yeah, so that's why I'm really grateful that actually a friend recommended me. So yeah.
Cool. So you brought up a good point, and before we move on to Limbo, I just wanted to sort of stop and clarify, because this is one of the things that artists and younger labels or managers don't quite understand, is the difference between a distributor who charges a fee per release for your upload and ones that keep a percentage.
Right.
And it can be confusing, and because it's financial related, people often like kind of get frazzled by making that decision. And just to clarify, so the self-service distributors traditionally charge a fee either per year or per release, and you're paying just a flat fee for the job of moving your music from you to the streaming platforms and providing basic customer support. And the percentage-based distributors they don't charge any fees, and they keep a percentage of what you actually make from streaming. And you know, it's very different models, and neither are right or wrong, just to be clear. And despite us mentioning some of the distributors in the past, these are all the companies are doing basically almost exactly what they say they're going to do. It's just a case often of people not having the time or even knowing what the questions are in order to get answers to before making that decision. But basically, as a artist, you're very generically speaking, you're going to get people who are working on based on a percentage of the revenue you make are incentivized to work a little harder to get you results, because they only make money if you make money. So generally speaking, you're going to get more customer service time and a little bit more of a vested interest in helping you from the percentage-based distributors versus the fee-based distributors who, you know, for the ones who charge whatever $30 per release, that's all the money they're ever going to make from you, you know? So if you think about anything in life, what you can expect to make from a company, or what you can expect to get from a company is going to make $20 off you, you can imagine that there's a limit to how much they're incentivized to help you. So that's just the difference between those two different models. Whereas, and I'll say something, you know, positive about the self-service distributors. If you're a company that doesn't need a whole lot of help, if you have a full staff, if you've got people pitching your stuff for playlists, if you've got a great operational person in-house who knows all the logistics of dealing with everything related to streaming data and all that stuff, sometimes you don't need more than that. But most people don't have that stuff in-house. Anyways, I digress, but let's go back to Limbo with the same question.
Yeah, I'll touch back on the percentage and all that in a second. But in my experience, before I started this project, I worked with a couple people who knew what they were doing more than I did. I was just a teenager. I didn't know what I was doing. I just wanted to make music. And so we used, I think, I forget the name of it. I think it was CD Baby though. But we, you know, paid a certain amount to release the album, and that was it. And I remember not knowing where to find my music, not knowing where to find the stats. You know, I wasn't told, and I don't think it was easy. But with this project, I knew I didn't want to go that route, and so I just kind of asked my friends and tried to figure out what they were doing with their music, and then I found DistroKid and was with them for a little bit. And while I was distributing through them just by myself, just steadily putting out songs and albums, one of my songs caught a lot of traction on TikTok, and then of course my distribution company was really happy with that, and so they made me a priority artist, and so I was able to upload faster and get better support and stuff like that, and it was incredible. But I still wasn't getting enough support from like a team sense, and so I had been looking for a different distributor for a while, probably a few months, maybe a year, and Symphonic reached out, and I'm very grateful because it was in the perfect timing where I needed that extra oomph, because sometimes after so many years of doing something, it can kind of get draining and you need a new spark to kind of get you going. And yeah, so I got to meet everybody on the team, and everyone's so great and always willing to help. And like I said before, like it's just been really great to have a team behind me to talk about my future of my music rather than just kind of wonder myself what's going to happen next. But yeah, I guess that's all I gotta say. I think also the percentage routes for a distributor is like you're saying, Nick, a little bit better because, well, in my eyes, it's a little bit better because there's that incentive to kind of work harder, and then everybody gets to reap the benefits. So, yeah.
Awesome. And over to you, Jesse.
Yeah, so when we first started, I think our first 2 releases were with CD Baby, but then we quickly switched to Symphonic. And the reason for that, because we were electronic music focused, we wanted to be up with Beatport, and that was a big deal with us. We wanted to chart on Beatport, we wanted to be, discoverable there. And so that made a big deal. And at the time, I don't think Symphonic offered or was even doing, well, maybe they were doing percentage deals, but we were going with the sort of pay per upload model. So it did kind of match the independent route there. But yeah, I think I echo everyone, like customer service was a big deal. Having someone that I could ask questions to and like know how to understand how to navigate things was a huge deal for us.
Cool. So now I wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions and put some of you on the spot, which will come to no surprise to anyone. Most of us in the music industry have many a side hustle. And some of those side hustles are within music. Sometimes you're an artist and you also write songs for other people. Sometimes you're an artist and you actually work in the music industry, et cetera, et cetera. So sort of a 2-part question. Anne, I'm going to go back to you because you mentioned having been on a major label before and also being in bands. What's your perspective after having experience with both self-releasing, being on a label, and how has that informed sort of how you think about the different options out there with respect to how to get your music out?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I feel very fortunate that I've actually been able to experience like the whole spectrum of like indie labels, major labels. When you're working with a major label, you really don't get the quality. I don't want to say quality. You don't get to participate as much in the decisions because you're working with people who are experts in their field where they're like, this is how we're going to market it. This is our budget. This is what we're going to do. This worked 100 times before. So we're just going to follow this formula. And it's not exactly as tailored, I think, as you would think it would be. And it's also the excitement of, I'm working with a major label. Oh my God, like my dream, right? That's every musician's dream. So, I think when I first started, because that was my first experience, I just kind of thought, oh, this is normal. And then when I started working with indie labels and things were more about, what it was going to be as a project, or, oh, here are the cool, like kind of other things that we can do outside of just like the tried and true, like, radio ads or this type of marketing, and things kind of shifted more towards video games, like kind of a counterculture approach. That's when I really got to see how effective like thinking outside the box is, and just like opened up my eyes to like a broader spectrum. So like when I finally started like self-releasing, I could see the value of all the different marketing techniques that would translate into making me money, right, for my release. So I had a self-release, Shooting Star, and every label said no, nobody wanted it. All these major labels said no. And I was like, fine, I'm gonna self-release it. And I got a sync with Forza Horizon 4, and the song just like blew up. And I feel very fortunate because I kind of was schooled in this. I knew I had a sync. I knew I had a community. I knew that people would come back and find the song because there would be all these playlists, even though they weren't Spotify official. I knew that like gamers were going to use it and it was going to be huge in that community. So that really offered me an opportunity. And I think that's one of the greatest things about working with all these different types of labels is you can figure out, like, you can literally see like, this works, this doesn't work, you know, or like, I'm not putting my money into this, or I'm putting my money into that. And as far as like distribution goes, I think that's also one of the reasons why I think Symphonic is so unique, because you guys have a sync department and you offer that to your clients. And that's huge, especially nowadays when you don't get, not everybody's always going to get that playlist ad. And even if you get in a playlist, what's the retention rate of that? Are you going to actually get fans? Are people going to follow you? Are they going to follow your brand? You know, that's kind of all, you know, Spotify holds those numbers. Like you could have 20,000 followers on Spotify, but you don't get those email addresses, right?
So is it true, touching on what you said, that, you know, after having been on a major, seeing how they promote records, how they respond to successes and leverage one success into other successes, that because you had seen that you understood a bit more of how to do that on your own?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. But also I saw how, I don't know how to say this without getting into trouble, but I'm just going to say it. A lot of the successful artists that are on major labels are successful not because of the label, they're successful because of their team and the things that they do out there. You know what I mean? Like the marketing people that they'll hire.
Right.
You know, look at Iggy Azalea. I think she's a perfect case of like, her one song blew up and she was on a major, and then they were really like holding her back. And she was like, you know what? I'm just going to do my own thing and release, like self-release. And she, you know, has her own fan base that she like, you know, brought it back to herself, her own fan base. They all have a home, and she's a successful independent artist. You know, a lot of people do that. And I think sometimes, even though you see what's successful, you can kind of also see like, that doesn't work, you know, or like, that's limiting for me as an artist, or I don't want to have to answer to a label that says, that's not a good idea, we don't like that, or, oh, we don't have the budget for that. You know, even people working within a major label themselves have to fight against what goes on in a major label. Like, so for example, you know, can I tell stories from other people? Will I get in trouble?
Yeah, you won't get in trouble with me.
All right. Well, for example, like, you know, I took a pill in Ibiza, Mike Posner's record. They weren't really doing anything with it. And, you know, they really just believed in that song. They had it remixed. And literally one of the guys in charge of that record being so successful went out to every single club and was like, you guys have to play this song. You have to play this song, and built it from the ground up. The label didn't believe in him. And then it became a #1 hit. So it really depends. Like, you could get so lucky and have somebody like that on your team that from the label that's like, I believe in this, I'm going to ride super hard for you. But if you don't have somebody like that at a label, it's a little scary. You're kind of left out in the dark. So I think every artist wants to be able to have that control and have a team and have people who are excited about their records and have people who are going to be creative and be like, oh, like, what about this? What about this marketing idea? Or, you know, and it's a gamble, because when you're, you know, the contracts in a major label are pretty scary sometimes.
Right. So you said something that was genius, and I want to turn it over to other people on the panel for their perspective. Oh, yeah. So what everyone's shooting for is success, right? And sometimes it happens, whether or not we want to admit it. Sometimes it happens by accident, which is fine. And sometimes it happens based on planning. And it really doesn't matter whether you planned it or if it was luck. What only matters is what you do with that success, how you leverage it into more success. So I wanted to start with Limbo, who had a massive breakout hit early on in her trajectory of releasing music. And I want to go to everybody and just talk about when you've had success with something organically, whether you tried to make it happen or it happened totally by accident. What is having a certain type of distributor, or the distributor you had at the time, what tools have you had available to leverage to make that success turn into more successes?
So when my song first started to take off, I remember constantly checking the stats all the time just to make sure that it was real and tangible, you know, like I didn't know how much money I was going to make off of off of these streams that were happening, and I didn't really know how to monetize YouTube videos that were using the song, and it was all very confusing to me at first. But I definitely just utilized the statistics of it all a lot, and always checked like weekly. You know, I had to like wean myself off of doing that because it can be a problem sometimes. I'm sure everybody here knows that. But you know, it's good to check in on your future and if you'll be secure and safe. But yeah, I remember in the start, it was, I wouldn't say it's accidental, but it definitely it just happened out of nowhere. So I guess you could say it's accidental. But but you know, I had been working on the project for you know 4 or 5 years and putting out music constantly, and I had attracted an audience before the song blew up, and I was happy with what I had just by that too. You know, just making enough to pay rent was totally cool by me. And then the song blew up, and I was like, okay, this is when I need some help. But I still went on years just trying to figure out myself and going to visit these major labels and going through the process of kind of deducting what I wanted for my future and listening to friends' experiences with their major labels and just choosing the independent route in the end. And I'm really happy I did. I'm so glad I did, because as we all know, it can be a very snaky industry, and I'm just happy to work with people that I actually genuinely trust and want to work with.
Nice. Let's go to Ace now. Ace, talk about some successes you've had and the tools that you had at your disposal to leverage that success based on the partners you had at the time.
Definitely. So a couple of successes would be like my debut album hitting the iTunes chart and Billboard's chart, being able to sell a certain amount of albums so that I could raise money, a few $1,000s to combat racial injustice in this country. You know,
the tools that you
streams and streams.
What were the tools you used to help get your independent record up the charts?
Yeah. So really, some of the tools were like the instant gratification option, being able to do playlisting. So putting the album into the queue at an early enough time where I can, you know, start doing a lot of heavy pitching, pre-save. I really wish there was like a like a pre-order function, but I think Apple, like iTunes, is basically like a defunct thing. But you know, at the time that would have been a dope thing to have. So I had to like do some kind of workaround in order to make that happen. So that was like kind of like the behind the scenes, the before. And then, you know, after, you know, a couple things that really stood out. I think Limbo mentioned this earlier, but just like the sync licensing opportunities, just being able to, you know, then take a song and be like, hey, like, can we like pitch this places, right? Or like the A&Ring aspect of, you know, getting songs added. Like I think on my last project, and even the last single that I just dropped, I believe that they've all been on some kind of symphonic playlists, you know? And so just like continuing with that exposure and increasing the, you know, the viability of the song have definitely helped for sure.
Nice. And to you, Jesse, being someone who wears a few different hats, when you've got something that's starting to take off, whether it's an artist you work with or a release on your label, when something starts to catch fire, how do you use your distributor to throw flames on that fire and turn it into something bigger?
I mean, obviously communication is a huge deal. I mean, first and foremost, looking at your stats, but more than that, understanding the relationship between those stats. For instance, like in Spotify, understanding your play counts to your listeners, to your saves, and like what's really happening there, and kind of understanding the model of the algorithm and what to look for, and seeing like, okay, this is having some organic traction. let's communicate this back to the team internally and then also to your distributor and saying, hey, this is what's happening. And then coming up with a strategy. I mean, everything is different depending on the platform, depending on where it's happening. And that's where having someone that lives in the distribution world and understands, you know, the label world, the independent artist world, up to the distribution or the DSPs, and they're in between that, and they understand what the goals of all of these people are trying to do. They can communicate that effectively, and they're really a bridge, because as an independent artist, you don't really understand what the DSPs or a label, you don't understand what the DSPs are dealing with and how much is coming at them, and distributors do, and that they're sort of there by default, by need, because they're there to filter and kind of translate what's happening and make it make sense. And sometimes an independent artist or label won't know how to communicate to a DSP in a way that makes sense for them. So just looking at your stats and then communicating with your team what's happening, where it's happening, and trying to take advantage of it when it is. On our side, one of the things that we like to do when we are seeing something happen is obviously just pouring fuel on the fire. If you've got a song or an album that's having success, putting more ad spend on that specific song, reworking the creative, coming back and trying to maybe do, you know, more follow-up on press or a deeper dive into the song. One of the things that we've had good success with is sort of addressing the production community, giving away stems or samples or talking about the making of the track. There are so many artists that want to make music, and they're your fan base. And so letting them see how you did it, and then you start to have that mind share that can really, you know, plant the seed with them, and they'll go back and listen to it again and again because of that.
Got it. And Kevin, you dropped off for a little bit there. The question is when you've experienced success as an artist, whether it's an accident or something you planned, how did you utilize your distributor or your team or the technology you had from your distributor to make that success into a bigger success?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Thank you.
For me, I think sort of my independent music career kind of as a solo artist is just getting started. And that's where I'm kind of focusing on as I'm playing in this bigger collective with the reggae band Stick Figure. We've got our team working and they're doing, a really good job kind of steering the ship. Now, when it comes to like my solo career as K-Bong, like I'm definitely diving in and still getting used to a lot of these kind of terms and a lot of the different things. As far as something that really caught fire, I'm still getting, I don't know. I don't even know if I've really been there yet, but working with Symphonic and even just the emails, like throwing an email and you guys get back to me right away has been really crucial. And I think a lot of it for me is just like hitting it hard on like the social medias and kind of engaging my fan base that way. And I'm actually excited for like an upcoming album I'm working on, and I'm excited to dive in further and like try to, like you said, Jesse, put fuel on the fire and like, get it going. And I'm just really, really excited to be working with Symphonic right now on stuff like that. And yeah.
Cool. So I wanted to ask everyone the question, it's always discussed within the independent community is the difference between being independent and being on a major label. And I think everyone always wonders, is the grass greener on either side? And I wanted to ask all of you, what you believe what your impressions are, or what your experience have been, or what your goals are with respect to remaining independent versus working with a major label, and why you might think those are good or bad attributes of goals. And let's start with Anna.
Anna, you went sideways again, Anna.
I'm sideways again?
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me see if I can fix it. Hold up. How's that? Is that better?
Yep.
That's good.
Okay. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
So what's your viewpoint of being independent versus working?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Oops, looks like we have some technical.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, yeah. Can you hear us? Let's start with, let's go while we're figuring that out. Let's go to Ace. Ace, what are your impressions of working with a major versus staying independent?
Can't hear you guys.
Your career trajectory.
Oh, wait, there you are.
Go for it, Ace.
Yeah? Okay. So my impressions, well, I mean, I've never been on a major label, so I can't speak for what it actually is. You know, I guess though, like, I mean, we grow up, we see the major labels, you know, so there's a sense of recognition, there's a sense of brand identity and affiliation with the label, right? You hear a name like Def Jam, you hear a name like, you know, Rock Nation, you hear these names, right? Shady, and they mean something. You know, I'm speaking in the hip hop industry, you know, and so there's definitely, you know, an emotional connotation when you hear a major label's name, and you know, usually folks desire for that attribution to be on their brand name as well. And the hope and the desire is that, like, you know, that plus that equals like major, you know. But you know, the more that I hear stories and the more that I do the work myself, the more I realize that you know, I was just listening to 50 Cent's book, Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter, and he was talking about being signed to Columbia and how he learned that, yo, I have to do the work anyway, you know, and so he saw it as like an internship opportunity to go into all of these different rooms and learn how to do PR, learn how to do marketing, learn how to do operations and finances, et cetera, so that he could attribute it to himself and basically blow himself up, like Anna said. And so, you know, the more that I think about it, it's like, as far as the differences are concerned, as an artist or as an act, as a band, I mean, you still have to do the work. And so if I still have to do the work, then what am I really placing my value on? And that's a question that I ask in various forms, right? Like, I don't believe that I need other companies, like brands, to define who I am. And so it really comes down to, what is it that I'm actually seeking to achieve? And is the company, whoever I'm working with, willing to do that with me in a favorable way, something that I feel is favorable, something that I value, right? Like for me, I value autonomy. I value the ability to be creative. I value like fairness and equity, like especially if I'm going to be doing a lot of this stuff, you know? And so, you know, those are the kind of like factors that I take into consideration. And at this moment in time, you know, being independent and working with, you know, independent distributors makes the most sense for my business because, you know, it provides me with that flexibility. It provides me with folks that are able to, you know, for a percentage, able to, you know, help me in areas where I don't have those capabilities, but simultaneously a lot of the stuff is still in-house and I'm able to move in the way that I feel comfortable moving and grow and hit the milestones and successes that I'm meant to have, you know, and just watch everything be the way it's supposed to be. And I'm not tripping about it.
Amazing. Let's go to Jesse. Same question. You're a manager, you're a label owner. Being a manager often means advocating for the absolute best route for that particular artist. And wearing another hat of also having a label, you know, the benefits of an artist being on a label or your label. When's it time for an artist? How do you view the option of working with a major label? And you know, what's your viewpoint on that on a case-by-case basis?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sticky question. It comes down to like what your immediate goals are, right? There can be a huge bump. Like Ace said, if you get a chance to be signed to Def Jam, like that's gonna blow your name up. You're gonna get seen and get, you know, put in places that you could never touch, most likely as an independent. And so that can fast track you. But the downside of that obviously is the ownership of your masters and the long-term financial gains or losses of signing, you know, your intellectual property to someone else. So it's really a look at, you know, do we believe we can do this on our own, or is the deal presented going to really get you where you want to go? what we're seeing in today's landscape is it's difficult to make a living just by releasing music. More and more people are doing it, and things are getting better, but most of the money is always made live, right? So if you can blow up and you can get a lot of people listening to your music, and then you can go play shows, that's your opportunity to kind of cash in on that, on your name and what you've been able to build up on the buzz. So we always look at it a case-by-case basis. I can say for a band that I was managing, they did a deal with a larger distributor, not a label, but they took some advances. And so it was kind of like a label deal. And, at the end of the day, they were paying something close to 30% out to that distributor still 10 years later. And these albums had made, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it really cost them an insane amount of money on the long term. And I don't know that that distributor really helped them. So possibly, but I'm not sure. So yeah, I mean, it's you got to take a long, hard look at it. It just depends on the label, depends on your project. It depends on if you're really aligned with them. And I think, Ace said it well, is like, are they going to really work the project? I mean, we've heard horror stories of being on a major label and things don't work on that first album, and maybe they don't work on the second album or release, and then you get dropped or you're stuck in a deal that you can't get out of. I loved what Anna said about Iggy, is like, that's starting to be the real look. I mean, there is a clear path for independents to have major success in the world, but it does come down to having a team. So ultimately having a management team, marketing team, people like that really working with you, you're going to pay percentages on that as well. So if you're giving away, if you're working with people and paying them a percentage on management and marketing, and then also with a distributor and also with a label, there may be nothing left for you at the end. So I really advise people to hold on to their masters and their publishing as much as possible. I mean, it's kind of, as an artist, the only thing you have. So it really has to make sense.
Nice. So as we're wrapping up, I wanted to go down the line once again and think about all the artists or labels or managers that are at the same place that you're at. And if you could offer them one piece of advice as far as making a good decision about distribution based on what you've learned, what would it be? And then if you want to plug anything that you're working on or your social media or anything like that, so people can find you directly, feel free to do so. And let's start with Anna.
Yeah, I mean, I think, wait, what was the beginning of the question, Anne? I'm sorry, you asked like 3 things.
For artists or labels or people who are at the same place as you are, but might be wondering about how to make their next distribution move, what advice would you offer them? And feel free to plug yourself or how people can contact you.
I think the best thing you could do, especially if you're in a realm where you're looking to self-release, is really sit down and zoom out. Think long-term. Think about what things are important to you. So for example, if you're just putting out a song that maybe you put out a couple years ago, but you never officially released it and you don't really want a big push behind it, maybe a distributor that's just going to take a one-time fee, that works for you because you just want it aggregated on all the DSPs, and that's fine. But if you're really looking to push it, like it's your project, this is your baby, everything that's been echoed in this meeting today has basically been that you need a team. And I think that's something you really want to consider. And that's something that Symphonic definitely offers. You want a team of people who are going to take the time to familiarize themselves with your vision, how they can make it happen in the best possible way, how you're going to, maybe your goal, you really have to be specific with your goals. Maybe your goals are, I want to be on these playlists, or I want to play on this festival, or I want to be in this type of movie, or I want these types of fans, or I want to go viral on TikTok. Make sure you're writing down your specific goals so that you can actually reach them and find the team that's going to work the best for you. I think that's one of the things that's always really helped me, is being very specific with the outcomes that I've desired. And then how do you get there? Finding a team, or finding, funding, or finding, whatever's going to work the best for you. Yeah. And I think that's also just kind of being involved in a collective. One of the most important things for most of us, because mostly everyone in our collective, we don't rely on touring, we rely on streaming. Like that's the main source of my income is stream income, especially in today's day and age. So I think also another really important thing that you need to realize is, how am I getting paid? How am I getting paid? Okay, like, am I getting paid monthly? Can I pay my bills on this? Can I reinvest that into my brand, into my, craft? Maybe I need something new for my studio. So I think you always kind of have to really think about it from a business angle. And that's also another really important thing. Some distributors only pay you out quarterly. Is that okay for you? Maybe yes, maybe not. I know a lot of people who have really been able to fast track their career because the distribution they work with pays them monthly. You can track your stats. You can see, oh, I'm performing really well with this demographic. That's also really important, being able to have access to your stats where you can break them down and continue to make it work for you. Like, oh, I'm going to market towards this. I'm going to market towards, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, that's definitely the best advice that I could give. And the other advice that I would give, not only while choosing a platform, but just in general, is get your email list together. Always have an email list together of your fans so that you can always be in direct communication with them. I think that's something that, like SoundCloud, you can message people back and forth, but it's a little bit, we all know how the messaging on SoundCloud is. So the most important thing you can do is invest in a service that will allow you to collect people's email addresses so you can constantly be in touch with your fans and promoting your projects to them. So yeah, I mean, I have an album coming out top of 2021. It's like also going to be coming out with a graphic novel that I wrote. So yeah, just keep in touch with me. You can follow me on all social media. My name is Anna Yvette. And yeah, I mean, write me any questions you have. I'm always down to help out, especially when you have questions about, what distributor would be the right fit for you. I mean, obviously I love Symphonic. You guys have been incredible to me. So that's my first pick. But yeah, it's been a pleasure speaking with all you guys today and hearing your stories and learning. It's been great.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And let's go to Kevin. Same question. Offer advice to people at the same place that you're at, and then tell us how people can find you on the internet.
Awesome. For any upcoming artists that may be tuned into this right now, like that's huge. Like that's the first step. It's like, as an independent artist, we have such an incredible opportunity to have control of our careers. And I think maybe there was this idea back in the day where it's like, oh, once I get signed, it's over. I'm going to make it big. I'm done. But that's like kind of a thing of the past, And there is a thing where like, if you get to a major label, yeah, Def Jam, and it could fast track you. But I think the main route for artists that are hungry and making music, like do the research, like educate yourself as far as digital distributors, like look at what TuneCore offers, look at what Symphonic can do for you, look at what distro could try to, do the research and make those comparisons and really put in the work. Because even when you do find the distributor you're going to go for or management or whatever it is, like you still got to meet them head on and put in just as much work and meet them in the middle. It's not sign up and it's done and I'm going to make it big and it's over. I think that's my best advice for upcoming artists. Do the work, do your research, be hungry, stay focused, and just be happy. We have an incredible opportunity to make the most and be independent and have the control. So it's really exciting time right now.
Nice. And how do we find you on the internet, Kevin?
At Kbong Music on Instagram, and I'm looking forward to connecting with everybody here today. And for anyone else that's tuned in, shoot me a line anytime. At Kbong Music on Instagram, as well as kbongmusic.com. And yeah, it's an abbreviation of my full name, Kevin Bong, Kbong.
Right on. Thank you so much, brother. And over to you, Ace.
I bet. So, I mean, Anna, Kevin, they killed it, because those are honestly how I feel as well. I would say the 5 things would be to keep studying, keep learning. This industry changes all the time. Just earlier this week, we read about the new initiative, so to speak, that Spotify is now leveraging to have people basically promote their tracks for slightly lower royalties, and it's like how can you leverage that, right, in your new marketing strategy if you choose to. When I started, I was like, oh, like let me get CDs from CD Baby and da 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 da. Like right as streaming was basically taking over, and like even my own laptop doesn't have a area where I could put in a CD to listen to it. So it's like, are you just like running with this like fantasy of what you think the music industry is, or are you staying really tuned in to like how the music industry is evolving, and it evolves every single day? So you have to keep studying, getting a team. I mean, I would put an asterisk on it and say do as much as you can until you realize that you can't do anymore and that you need to specialize. Because, you know, before, you know, having someone to help me with the marketing, I was doing my own marketing. You know, I mean, I still do my own marketing, but now like I have someone to like help me with that, right? Like before getting a publicist, like I was reaching out to the folks and, you know, writing my own things that were getting posted and things like that, right? And so, you know, you do, you know, booking your own show. I mean, back when shows were a thing, but like booking my own shows until I was able to get someone to help me, you know, do that, right? So, you know, you just continue to learn as much as you can and do as much as you can until you really need someone to help you do the other stuff. And that, to Anna's earlier point, like as you're researching all these different distributors, you won't know what you need until you like really need it. You know, there's a difference between like, oh, like I really wish I could have this and that, versus like, yo, I really just need my song on Spotify. Like once you understand what you really need, then it's very clear what you can go shoot for. Meeting people is my third thing. Just really understanding like there's a whole world outside of you and wherever you make your music. And so, you know, I met Nick Gordon at a conference last year, right? And just to even be here full circle a year later, right? Like that's just, we just met, you know? And so like just continue to meet folks. And you have no idea, you know, next week, next year, 10 years, right? I have an album coming out in top of 2021. And one of the songs is with someone from like 3-4 years ago. She's a dope singer, always knew she was a dope singer. It just so happens that now we're going to do something together. And so just continue to meet people, expand your network, set very clear goals. You know, it's different to say I want to do something or I need to do something. Say that you commit to doing something and give it like a very specific, I commit to making a song by the end of this month and I'm going to have it on all digital streaming platforms. Like when you say that, it's no longer a wish. It's accountability, you know, to yourself. And don't lie to yourself. And you know, the last thing is just do the work, man. Like there's a difference between, you know, anyone can dream, but you got to do the work as well. So just do the work, clear goals, meet the people, get the team, but only when you actually need it, and just keep learning. You can find me, I mean, anywhere, yo. Call me Ace Legit, or callmeace.com. It's Call Me Ace is 3 words. It's like a Tribe Called Quest. It's really grammatically incorrect, but it flows. And yeah, very accessible human being. Reach back out when you reach out to me, and just equally a pleasure meeting all of y'all on the panel. And definitely looking forward to staying in touch with y'all soon.
Thank you so much, Ace. That was wisdom. Over to you, Limbo.
I don't really know how to follow that up, but basically what everyone else has said already. You know, doing work is really important. Making sure you're real with yourself and knowing that this industry is it can be a lot sometimes, and especially for a female in the industry, it's tricky out here to trust people and make sure that you're in good hands, you know, not being taken advantage of. And I think it's really important to know that getting that major label deal is not the end goal. Like I think Kevin was talking about, like it's changed. Like this is a new futuristic time we're living in where we can take it in our own hands and do it ourselves right on the internet. And I think what Ace was saying is that, you know, do as much work as you possibly can yourself. You know, we have the internet, we have the capability to learn all these things by ourselves independently and build ourselves up and you know, kind of imagine what we want out of our own project in future. And then when the time comes where you're juggling too much yourself, then is the time to kind of find someone to help. And in my case, I had a manager for a really short time after the TikTok blow up. And it ended up not working out just because they didn't know me very well, and they didn't know how to represent me very well. And so it's kind of like a weird dynamic that I had to work through. And it was my first manager ever, and the first time I was ever working with someone for my music. And in the end, I just kind of realized that I needed to find a genuine team who really gave a shit about me and my project, and vice versa. You know, I really wanted to work with someone who I believed in just as much as they believed in me. And so after so much research and doing that, then I found Symphonic, and I'm very happy that I'm with y'all. But yeah, I think the best advice is what everyone has already said. Just do the work and do as much as you can, and do a lot of research, and yeah, take advantage of the internet and all of its powers. That's my advice.
Beautiful. And where do we find you on the internet?
You can find me at Limbo everywhere online.
Awesome. Over to you, Jesse.
Love it. Great advice, everybody. I want to echo some of those. You know, Ace and Anna were saying smart goals. So giving it a time, a place, like a number. How are you going to, you know, when is that going to happen? What is it? What does it look like? Not just, you know, I want to release an album, but when, and all of those specific details. One of the things I say is what everybody's saying is do the work. I say treat it like a job. Show up, put it on your calendar. Say, this is when I'm going to work on this track from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. You may have a day job. Just do the work, show up, treat it like a job. One of the things that Anna hit on that I really like is about data and the email list, like sending people to Spotify or DSPs. We're kind of giving our power away, guys. I recommend Bandcamp. I recommend email lists. Build your fans. And with that, when we're looking at stats or these numbers, understand that these are people. These are human beings. And our goal with music is to really connect with people. So it's fan by fan, song by song, day by day, you know, note by note, and really thinking about that. And when you're writing emails or when you're posting on social media, thinking about that one person that you're trying to connect with, just like when you're up on stage, looking out there and trying to make that one person smile. And that's really what this is all about, is connecting with people. And the technology, the internet can kind of make it blurry and hard, but feeling that, thinking about that when you show up is critical. And I say, believe in yourself. Like, that's so crucial for an independent artist, is like, nobody's going to do this for you. Nobody's going to open the door and let you in. I mean, this is a hard business, a hard game, and you have to have it. You have to want it, and you have to show up every day. And you may get told no 1,000 times. And this is a story that we've all heard, but just keep going. And it's worth it. It's important. Right now, during COVID, we're seeing, what are we all turning to is music and the arts, and trying to connect with each other and experience the beauty of life through music, through art, through our creativity. And so it's really important that we're doing this. And I think our society is kind of like not doing a great job of showing up for us, but we can come together as independent music artists and support each other. And so on that last point, as an independent artist, when you're getting started, it sort of feels like, what if I reach out to this person who's at this place and ask them to help me out? I don't suggest doing that. What I do is reach out to somebody and offer to help them in a very specific way that you know you can help them. Don't say, how can I help you? Because what that does is they're like, okay, let me figure out a way that this person can maybe help. That's more work for them. Figure out, like, this is a thing I'm good at. This is how I could help them. Maybe you're good at websites. Maybe you're good at mastering. Maybe you have, you know, something on your side hustle or your day job that you're really good at. Offer to help them with that. And that can open massive doors. Ace was also great too about saying, like, connect with people, network. And again, lead with what you can do for people, because we're all self-interested. And when someone plays to your ego, it says, like, how can I help you? That opens up the conversation where we're all on our defensive when people are asking for things from us. We only have limited time, money, and bandwidth in our lives. So, man, thank you guys so much. It was great to meet you all. Go music.
And where do we find you on the internet, Jesse?
Yeah, you know, my label, Gravitas Recordings, just a Google of that, or my name, Jesse Breda, Instagram, Twitter, either one of those work.
Awesome. And third time's the charm. I'm going to offer the same advice that Jesse and really everyone touched on, is this is a business of people who care about what we do. We care about music. We all have something in common. And at the end of the day, your career and your ability to make moves is based purely on your relationships. And do not be afraid to reach out to people at different levels than you, make friends with them, try to get together with them in person, get off Twitter, get off Instagram, make real relationships. And if you're working with people that don't want to get together with you for a beer, a cup of coffee, they're not real friends, you know. And people who like you will want to do that, and that's how you form relationships. And it transcends every deal you do. It transcends everything, and those are the people you will count on as your career goes by. The other thing I want to recommend to everybody is learn the history of the music business. This business is changing quickly, but it's cyclical. And things that have happened in the past are bound to repeat themselves. And you can learn a lot about how other artists or managers or labels have navigated different parts in their careers, even at different eras. And it can help you form strategies that will help you today. And dovetailing off that, find mentors. Find people who have done what you are trying to do, even if it's in a different genre. Find those people and reach out to them. People are very willing to talk to people and to form relationships and to offer their advice if they're asked. Don't ever be afraid to do that. It's free information. And I'm totally interested in helping people in general and in forming relationships with the people I'm working with, as well as people in the industry in general. You can find me, you can reach out to me if you're looking for distribution or even just want to talk. My email address is nick@simdistro.com, or you can follow me on Twitter @TheNickGordon. I want to thank you guys all for such a great panel. You've all dropped incredible bits of wisdom. And I'll recommend everyone reach out to you guys and connect in general. Thank you again, and take good care and stay safe, everybody.